Oh boy. Okay, let's get it started. Uh, Live and drink, friends. It's me, Grahu-Rubufo, the learned Snapjaw VTuber. It's good to see you. Um, so I caught a cold. It's not it's not the dreaded virus that we all talk about in the news. Um, just a head cold. But it was a pretty decent head cold. I definitely I had some problems. Um, I should really build a structure around this. Hello. Hi, everybody. Hi, Tyrion. Hi, Plika. Hello, Lilifin. Great to see you all. Thanks for coming by. Today is going to be a little different. Um, for two reasons. One, I'm sick and I can really only talk so much. Here, let me um the sneezy Snapjaw VTuber. Well, yeah, but that's me every day. Today I'm sneezing more than usual. So, here, let me give you an impression of where my voice is at right now. I've been coughing up a storm for the past few days. And here is about where my voice can go at its lowest possible range right now. You may think that I am affecting some sort of... Well, okay, I am affecting a bit of a voice. But right now, my natural range is particularly low. So yeah, I might not be talking as much. But what I might do is I was considering um I was considering the merits of actually playing as our background talk for today. When your throat gets so messed up, you get the buttery, smooth narrator voice. That's exactly right. You've nailed it, Architect. I can do a voice kind of like this most of the time, but the additional lower range makes the bass so much more basso. Yeah, anyway, I was thinking of maybe putting on the eggplant, like an eggplant episode. One of the Into the Depths Caves of Cud episodes. Does that sound like something people would want to do? Because, like, the other reason is that the dog is in office jail, so he's, like, honking periodically. He might appear on the thing. In a world. Yeah, exactly. World where lands are men. One cop on the edge, ready for the next stage, may find that love hides in the strangest places. Woo-hoo-hoo. Oh yeah, not honk shoe dog. He's honking like that. So yeah, so anyway, let me find that thing. I'm gonna put it up on screen. I'm also gonna link it in chat. This is the series that so if you don't know about Eggplant The Secret Lives of Games is a podcast where the hosts do interviews with cool game devs. A lot of cool folks. Right now they're doing a year of UFO 50. They're do one episode per game. They're playing every single game in UFO 50 like a book club. They're most of the way through now. It's kind of wild. That puppy. Oh, the puppy has decided that he's going to settle for the moment. He might stop once I stop talking, but we'll find out. We'll find out. Um, I don't know. I may pause the podcast to give context or react or something, but by and large, I'm gonna let it talk and just, I don't know, provide conjectures or whatever. Oh, look at that dog. Oh, that's the kind of yawn that he's doing. You know, he's annoyed when he yawns like that. I don't blame him. He is stuck in here with me. This is not the kind of entertainment he would prefer to be having at this time. Boots Mom is having a hard day, so he needs to go and honk at Boots Mom. Eggplant.show. I am going to play. Let's see, Caves of Cut. There's the part 4. So we're 4 parts in already. The episode that I'm on, or well, okay, that Kay is on, is gonna be part 5. Hopefully, probably. They've already recorded another one, I think, but there's part 2. There's part 1. Okay, that was back in October. Eggplant.show/ into the depths caves of Cud. That's a big slug, gang. Part 1. Is that all gonna fit? Where does that go? Okay. Oh, no, let me just lower my head for a second. I'm gonna take that and put it, I think, up here. Now playing eggplant.show/ into the depths caves of Cud part 1. Guess I can take the full URL and I'm gonna paste that in chat. Dwarf Fortress. You said it. You said it, Batty. So I'm gonna put on that episode of Eggplant. I'll say manually unpinned or end of stream. And this is a great show for those of you who haven't heard it, because both Brian and Jason, my client bosses, and the co-creators of Caves of Cud, are guests. It's really cool. Okay, let me get us started here. I'll also set the the game songs to be a little bit sparser and quieter. All right, I hope that this isn't... What I'll do is I'll lower the desktop audio for the moment. Actually, this is pretty good, I think. Oh, the music is still kind of loud. I'll just lower it when the music comes on.
UFO 50. You might even be listening now because of that series, and we're so glad you found us. Full disclosure, this is not a UFO 50 episode. What you're about to hear is the first installment of a parallel, more sporadic, but
Is that a
still
good level?
miniseries in the tradition of the show's past deep dives on games like Slice and Dice, Kentucky Route Zero, and Spelunky 2. This one's about Caves of Cud, a very special open-world roguelike that is finally nearing its 1.0 release after 17 years in development. That's right, twice as long as UFO 50. So, just a quick note to say, if you've enjoyed our UFO 50 discussions, we think you're going to love this. Without further ado, let's descend.
Okay, let me lower that. Okay, thank you, Alcatect. I'll make it louder when it comes back in this time. Into the depths we go.
Welcome back to Eggplant, the secret lives of games.
That good?
We are a collective of game developers who have candid conversations with other game creators that dive deep into the art, craft, and process of making games. I'm Rob Dubbin, and with me is Doug Wilson.
Live and remain ever restless.
Ah, that's a good one. That's a really good one. Plus, a special guest co-host who I will introduce in a moment. You can find all of our previous episodes and everything about our show at eggplant.show, and you can join our thriving Discord community at discord.gg/eggplant. Today, listeners, we embark on a new Into the Depths miniseries
How about that?
about a very special game that has been in development since 2007 and playable in early access since 2015. It is one of my favorite games of this decade, and very much in the rogue-adjacent spirit of the original Spelunky show-like incarnation of this
Nice,
podcast.
nice.
I'm so
Okay,
excited.
thank you for
to
listening with me,
descend
everybody. I
with you
really...
all into the ever-changing world
Yeah.
of Caves of Cud.
Yay!
Before we introduce our guest host, we are so lucky to have the
Listen to
co-creators
these
of Caves of Cud
songs.
with us today, Brian Bucklew and Jason Grinblatt. Together, you are Freehold Games, makers of Caves of Cud, as well as Sproggywood. Very loosely, Brian, you're the coder, and Jason, you do narrative with a sort of big shared Venn center of, let's call it, like, emergence. The exact division of labor between you two is something I think we should spend some time talking about, because it's a fascinating collaborative nexus of code, systems, and poetry. Jason, Brian, welcome.
Thank you. I think we're very excited to be here. I'm very excited to be
It's two
here. I think we
crossbows.
both are. And yeah, we're excited to get into it.
How did I do it characterizing your roles?
More nuanced than I think I've ever heard. So really, really nicely, I'd say.
I'll take it. Fantastic. We will get to the game in just a second, but I also want to introduce our very special guest
Rob is
co-host.
so fun. I like Rob.
For this episode, and to the extent he is available this series, he's a friend of the show, and in my estimation, one of our finest generative systems wizards. He's worked on Puzzmo, Not Words, Good Sudoku, Card of Darkness, and more. Give it up for Jack Schlesinger.
Yeah, thanks for having me on, Rob.
I don't know
As
who this guy
is tradition, I will lead us off by sharing the description
seems cool,
from its
though.
Steam page. Caves of Cud is a science fantasy roguelike epic steeped in retrofuturism, deep simulation, and swaths of sentient plants. Come inhabit an exotic world and chisel through layers of 1,000-year-old civilizations. To that, I will add, Caves of Cud is a fever dream committed to software, a tour de force of world building through play, where you befriend technical polar bears and drink your own money. Let's do this thing. Welcome, everybody.
Beautiful.
Rob
I
just
guess,
loves
you know,
Caves
you've
of Cud
heard
so
me
much,
allude
and I
to
love that
the,
about him.
timescale of the project. And for context, I've been playing this game for years. One of the reasons we're talking about it now is that there are sort of major last
I could do
mile
something with
kind of
this. Later.
home stretchery between y'all in a kind of V1 wide public release, kind of in the manner of how Dwarf Fortress hit Steam.
You love to hear it.
After a long development cycle, actually with
It's
friends of the show, Kit Fox
I'm glad to be loved.
Games is your publisher. But before we talk about finishing the game, which is a
Yeah, this was
question
going
unto
to be
itself,
our tiny call.
I'm sort of curious to start at where did the initial germ of an idea for this 2-decade game come from? Did you see it as this kind of project at the time?
Okay, well, I think this probably demands both of our perspectives on it. So I'll start and say around 2007, 2008, we were playing a few games in particular. Dwarf Fortress, which had recently had
cool
its
project,
first release sometime in
That's
2006,
good.
I
like
think.
those.
And Ancient Domains of Mystery, which was an old classic foundational roguelike from the 90s. Thomas Biskup is the creator. At the same time, we've always done a lot of tabletop in our group, our little friend group. We all used to live in Florida, where none of us live any longer. But we were playing, and we had played for years, Gamma World, which was an old 70s derivative of D&D that was set in this sort of like pulpy post-apocalyptic
I also
future
played
with mutations.
Gamma World.
It had this really rich and procedurally driven character creation system. And you know, we were working on a tabletop setting that was this kind of, it very much fed into CUD setting. So this science fantasy, very like elaborate world building, a lot of like care to like history and like the geological, you know, underpinnings of the world. At the same time, we were playing these roguelikes, we were playing these simulation games, where we were like, oh, we want a science fiction roguelike. Like we were like, what if we had like Gamma World, but you know, put into roguelike form with yeah.
See, I would say it's a little more than that, because since the 90s, I'd been writing game engines and roguelike engines without even really trying to make anything good, but rather
Lucid Blocks
just
looks cool.
Making video games, making roguelikes, right? Like here's basically a little Moria clone.
I'm gonna keep that tab open so I can watch it later.
Omega, which was one of the very first roguelikes that had this big overworld that was static with procedural elements. And I've leaned more writerly as the decades wear on, but at first my skill was mostly just building engines. And so I'd started building these engines and like kind of built a big one and failed, and had some ideas for I can make this big contiguous world without thinking about CUD at all. I was just like, I can technically do this. I think I can do this better than any of these engines in the net.
More of those.
And so this process has happened for like 10 years up to this point, where I had this engine in .NET that was a roguelike engine with no game on it, right? And we were building this freehold world at the same time. And that's the basis for when we go, hey, we've got this freehold world and I've got this roguelike engine, right? Like, what if we did something very strange, which doesn't make it, you know, like we can't even really know if this game is going to be fun, but what if we tried to put this freehold world, right, which was the larger world that CUD is set in this roguelike engine somehow, right? Can we make this game that has these influences like Gamma World mesh with the what had been previously basically only these fantasy games, you know, with rare exceptions like Alpha Man.
And I think like where the Dwarf Fortress came in, and Adam in particular, those two, was kind of just like heightening the stakes for what was possible in a like, well, for Dwarf Fortress, heightening the systemic stakes for what was possible in a roguelike, like taking this kind of idea of the collision of systems and going so deep on it as to like stake out a whole new territory. And then Adam being sort of like the bridge between the role-playing games we were really in love with, like the CRPGs like Morrowind, etc., and the roguelike games that had, you know, came from, right, like the Moria NetHack tradition, that were less kind of like immersive narratively, but or like vibey, right, and more just like fun, tactical, interesting systems games.
We're also in our mid-20s at this point, so we're just full of unbelievable hubris, right?
Anything
like just like we can do this. It'll be easy. Like it's.
How many mediums are we putting together in the particle Excel at 3? That's fine.
Like no problem. 8 months we'll have this thing done. And here we go, right? Like so those forces came together there in the mid to late
this for
2000s.
a second. This motherfucker wants to offer us a barony? Dude, the king lives here. The king lives here. Okay, whatever. Sure, we'll have a baron too. Why not? I don't give a fuck. Where's our mayor? Great. Let's just do it. Fine. All right. Back to the podcast.
To get CUD seated.
I gotta say, it does have the feel of an idea that's like, oh my god, this is an amazing idea. We'll knock it out in 2 years, followed by like a series of uh-ohs.
Oh, so many.
Yeah.
Our first forum post about it, when we spun up like our V bulletin in whatever 2009 or something.
Barony's a little too harsh.
We're gonna have 24
do enjoy
faction quests, one for each of the factions.
Oh
And
my
so what
God.
we're doing now this year in 2024 is shipping the very first one of the 24 faction quests that we set out in that forum post, right?
Oh, wow. So like a deep set piece grade quest for each of the
Yeah, we were like,
factions.
oh,
Right.
the
That was the initial
Barathamites will
idea.
have one, right? Like the Consortium of Fire. Like we have a ton of those, and we're like, yeah, of course we'll have one quest,
Yeah.
one main quest line for each one. You can pick and choose between them, and it turns out to be a little bigger than we thought to do one of those, right?
Well, let me take that as a departure point into sort of a first big subject area for everybody else to kind of like speak to their experience around, because I do think that the game's faction system is one of the
Headwear.
distinguishing qualities
sure.
of Caves of Cud. It's such an interesting take on conflict to me, and also like the sort of default assumptions of the genre.
Don't let the
You
dog
know,
out on the porch.
the way it works in the game is that anything you encounter is a member of a faction, whether it's a bear or a butterfly or a mechanimist cult member. They all belong to a faction, and you, as the player character, your player character has a standing with every faction in the game. And what that means is that every sort of enemy or ally relationship in the game is both sort of mutable and negotiable, and it can change from run to run. It can change from moment to moment. You can make a decision in the game that affects your standing with several of these factions that then, oops, I descended into a layer of snails and I just pissed off the Snail King. This is not going to go well for me. I will say that in all of my time with Cud, one of the hardest sort of fights I ever kind of just like white knuckled my way through. Just a few days ago, I watched Doug literally just walk through it with no conflict whatsoever, because he happened to be friendly with the faction that I had pitted myself against. You know, whatever you'd like to share, or whatever Doug and Jack you'd like to jump in on about the faction system in the game. I think we should spend some time talking about it.
Well, I was just going to say that the faction system really implies this idea of like sentience for everything in the game, right? Which is, I mean, true even outside of that. But when I first saw Cud, I don't know how long ago now. It's, maybe 8 years ago. I was like kind of following the development because I was a big Dwarf Fortress fiend, and people in Dwarf Fortress were really excited about what y'all were doing. One of the things that I'd always thought about as someone who's a programmer and wanting to work on this is like
Action standings?
how terrible
No, they're not new in Caves of Cud.
Hierarchical systems and object-oriented programming is for representing things that are really different. And so,
sorry if it's confusing that I'm playing Dwarf Fortress while we're listening to a podcast about Caves of Cud. We're kind of sister studios, but it's definitely a very different game.
When I saw the faction system, my first thought was, what a like beautiful narrative justification for a limitation of the software that we have to work in, right? That like, if you treat the more you can treat everything equally, if everything on the map has the potential to trade with you, if everything on the map has the potential to be chatted with or dominated, and you can take over their body, and now you're the anthropomorphic block of shale that you accidentally brought to life. Like, that's a beautiful world building, like aesthetic to take on, that also is in line with really like deeply reducing the complexity of the problem that you're trying to solve. I don't know how much that was me, me in my 20s projecting onto y'all, or if that was like, if it was always the intention that this world would be alive in that way, and it is actually much more difficult than I thought. And my Caves of Cud 2 made by me is going to be 20 years down the road.
Brian, do you have anything? Because like you started saying,
I can talk about like the technical side of it.
I did like a
talk. It's an interest. Like, this is something I've talked reasonably extensively about, which is that systemic complexity, which factions is a part of, but everything else too, right? Like if you have a still suit that can carry water, and you have walls that can walk around and talk, how do you implement that? And my first few attempts at implementing that in a standard OOP model really failed in like the 90s in C++, right? You get collisions. This isn't a technical podcast, right? But like it's pretty bad, right? Like you have a bad time when you try to end up making a shield talk to you and like walk around and like ride an elephant around, right? And so I stumbled into a set of papers by Scott Billis called Fubi, which was about component-driven architectures rather than object-oriented architectures. Which, if you look at Unity, that kind of component-driven architecture with composition rather than inheritance is ultimately what I built. I built an engine that looks a lot like Unity under the covers because we were both writing at the same time in .NET from the same papers, and it ends up being a really clean way to solve that kind of combinatorial explosion, where you say, hey, this is a suit that can carry water, so I can stick the component that is about liquid volumes onto a suit, and now it can carry water. And so I've linked to the talk if anybody wants to follow it down a deeper rabbit hole. Though that was the solution. And that solution ended up working really well for CUD, though it wasn't obvious at the time that what the limits of its complexity would be. And it turns out the limits are way out there.
No, that makes a lot of sense. I think my gut was like, oh, they must have backed into the world as a product of the limitations that they were dealing with. But actually, you were really pushing yourself to kind of grow as a programmer to make the world you wanted to see, which is really kind of beautiful.
And the flexibility of that architecture drove features, right? Oh, well, we can do this. Like, what happens if we stick a brain on a wall? And it's walking around, like that's really messed up, but awesome. And CUD is a world where we let that kind of weirdness breathe, right? Like we were fortunate in a lot of ways that the setting we had created kind of worked in communion with the technical architecture that was maybe overly flexible and allowed us to create a really messed up world.
Not only do you accommodate it, there's an entire faction in the game specifically for newly sentient beings. So things that came have right?
Yeah, I mean that came exactly out of Jason going, "Hey Brian, could we just put a brain on an object?" And me going like, "I don't know if we should, but we could try to do that." Right? Jason was like, "I have a story for you in our tracker. Let's try to do this." And me going like, there's some limitations, but yeah, so let's get wild with it.
Exactly. And also like I want to just point something out, which is that because I know this is a design podcast, you talk about craft very deeply. It's great. One of the things with having worked on this such a long running game for over 15 years now, right, is that like what a lot of it ends up being is like doing something and then sort of organically over time pruning it and like seeing what works and what doesn't, and then kind of coming up with the justifications for why it worked later. And it's a lot of reflection, right? So it's like a lot of times people ask like, oh, why did you do it this way? And it's really like, I don't know why I did it this way, but here's why I think it's working, right? It's a lot of kind of like decoding our own kind of instincts, and then both bad and good, and being stuck with them in many being stuck with the results of some of these initial decisions. But like factions actually are interesting because they did come relatively late. Like, so that's actually, they came right before we launched on Steam, I think. So 2015,
okay. Uh-huh.
Which in this point it was, still 9 years ago. But and yeah, I think there were a few things happening at the time. Like we had always been deeply invested in this idea of these factions in the game, right? You're tutoring with the Bear Thermites, and then there are the Templar, there are the Psychics, the Seekers of the Sightless Way. I don't remember the exact like sauce that we were drinking at the time when we decided to turn those kind of faction representations into this reputation system.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it was this really nice realization where we realized, the attitudes creatures have toward you could be really dynamic and could kind of inherit from this faction. And the faction really plays this kind of real atomic role in CUD, right? We've always conceptualized, like, I think a lot of it is to get like kind of weird and philosophical about it. Like, right, when you hear stories about like, people talk about like, oh, I became hated by baboons because, they for questioning the origins of the moon or something, right? That ends up being like this very sticky little micro narrative moment. And I think a lot of that is because there's so much like these animal species that CUD really like leverages and plays with in the same way Gamma World did, in a different way than Gamma World did, but like going back to some of those sources, there's something like almost ancestral. I think of them these days as like tarot suits, right? Like we think of baboons or like apes or fish, and we have all these like there are all these cultural resonances around them, and thus it's like really funny when we say like, why did the fish care that I was questioning the origins of the moon? There's so much projection that can happen. Like, what do fish care about? We've always sort of reasoned about like the creatures in CUD in those sort of collectives, and so like having that systemic representation of them that way, like, ended up working really nicely, and then it kind of unfolded into the faction system as we have it today, which has a bunch of interesting interplay. I think it's one of our most interesting systems, and I love that it's a system that it's like threaded through combat, or combat is threaded into it, but it is still its own system outside of combat, which is hard to do when you really start at such a like tactical combat core that we did. It's really hard to like expand into having interesting systems that don't kind of force feed back into, is it just better gear for me to be better at combat?
Right. The water ritual does like a lot of really, it feels like to me, great design work and like pushing some of the faction system towards valuing exploration, right? The more time you've spent exploring, the more value you can bring to these factions, which is in many cases like more true to life than just who you have killed, right? Like that's not like how societies operate.
I know a slime who makes amazing shoes. Don't you want to teach me how to cook?
Yeah.
With this idea of the factions, so Rob had mentioned this story where the very light spoilers, right? At the end of Bethesda Souza, it was just, hey guys, old friends. And so I didn't have this whole fight that Rob had with the Mechanimists, I believe. So in terms of design, I think this is really indicative of like interesting notions of difficulty, quote unquote difficulty in CUDs. This is like one of my main design questions for you, like how the two of you think about the idea of quote unquote difficulty. Like at first blush, I think people talk about CUD as this like notoriously difficult game, and the first one of the first runs I ever watched, Rob was immediately killed by baboons, which I take it as like a common way for like new players to die. But also, like, it became clear to me that with deep knowledge of the game and its systems, players can like pretty readily cheese the game. I don't even know if you'd use that verb, but like with a variety of tactics and like mutations and the reputation system and stuff, it kind of feels like you can get around these difficult fights in all sorts of like hilarious or non-obvious ways. And so I'm just curious on your, like, I think the whole idea of quote unquote difficulty is like no longer applicable, like that as this kind of false binary or whatever that like immediately melts down as we talk about CUD. But you've got this tricky thing where like you have to deal with the first time player who's like getting killed by baboons, and like the expert player who knows I can love injector Jotun and then proselytize. This is what we did in Bethesda Souza. But which is like a tip that I picked up kind of like reading about the game on the internet or whatever. And so obviously this is like a really loaded question as well as like video games deal with questions of difficulty, but how, like, maybe balance is the right word. Like, how do you deal with that? Obviously, reputation system's a big part of that, but what's your kind of ongoing thoughts about balance and difficulty?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a very good question, and we may have we have similar but slightly different perspectives on it, so we maybe should both answer. But I think overall, people, yeah, when you can talk about it in a kind of like simple way and people often say like, there's so many ways to break the game in CUD that like we're not really that interested in balance, and like there's a truth to that, but there's a big but too. But I would say that like as a core kind of like atomic design pillar of the game is that this should be a kind of messy game that you can break over your knee and like do some like wild combination of things that maybe allows you to just like circumvent or like break the game open. And that to us is more important, like the freedom of that, the ability that the having a sort of context where you could really feel like you're breaking physics at a low level is so joyful to us, and it's such like a atomic urge for us to create this game. One of the core impulses that is like one of the core design pillars, and what we have to do around that to make that possible, which is to often make a very difficult game that feels rewarding to break, or that you kind of still allow some friction or tension so that you can have the breakable moments. We care a lot about balance. I think about balance. I am trying to balance things. It's just like we're doing it at a sort of less granular level than a real kind of tightly designed modern roguelike, let's say, or modern game like an Into the Breach. I think of it as something very every move can be assessed through some sort of metric. Like we're going to be a lot looser with that, but given that looser approach, we're still going to think deeply about like what are the incentives we're giving players, right? Like if we make this one skill that's ultra broken, that like compared to the rest of the skills is going to force everyone to just feel compelled to get the one, then that's something we want to go back and revisit to try to get that horizontality that makes it feel like you have choice and agency and an interesting environment to play in.
Yeah, I think one of our shared favorite things is Morrowind. And Morrowind explicitly is one of these games where when you talk about Morrowind, it's like, well, at first you're just getting brutally murdered by mud crabs in the swamp, right? And by the end of Systemic Mastery, you're like brewing up a bunch of potions and jumping over the volcano, right? Like 300 miles and grabbing the dangerous sword and beat the game in 8 minutes, right? And that, when you say balance, it's a term that doesn't mean anything, in that it doesn't mean the same thing between if I'm playing like Slay the Spire or I'm playing Caves of Qud. Like Caves of Qud has elements of that, but I think our language is just not evolved in game design terms enough to say that those are actually two different words, right? What we're trying to get out of it isn't the same kind of balance as playing an MMO, where the designers make sure you can get 780 gold per player minute, right? Plus or minus 20%. And when you fall outside of those bounds, those systems change, right? There's reasons for that. People play those games, but those games all feel like you're playing a game under glass. And I think one of the reasons why people come to Caves of Qud is because so many games are forced, especially multiplayer games, to put the games under that glass, and Caves of Qud doesn't. And we can do all the things that you can do when your game's not under glass, but that means you can go in there and really bust that glass open and rip the innards out of the game and like hold its beating heart up out of it and feel that triumph, which after being stoned to death by baboons for 6 months, right? Like that's a player journey you're not allowed to have in an MMO, which you can't have in Caves of Qud. And it means that you might eventually be like, yeah, I'm like kind of done playing Caves of Qud after 800 hours because I can just like get in there and rip its guts out, right? But that's a satisfying journey. That's like a whole trip that you can't take inside of so many games. And that's not a downside for their design, that they have to be like that, right? But this is a kind of trip that you can't take in those kind of games.
Yeah.
It's an important point as well, Doug, that you were like, and I figured out how to do this through the community, something that the community provided, which like really feels like it mirrors the way that y'all started the game around a table in a tabletop setting. Like you know, I'm not old enough to remember the days before the internet when you were playing games and you had to like go find somebody who could tell you how to beat this thing. But I feel that in I yearn for that, and I think that's what draws me to games like Dwarf Fortress and Caves of Cud, where I'm like, you become a part of a community immediately the second you go to a wiki or the second you go to the subreddit and you're like, my tinker that is my best friend lost her feet. What do I do? How do I solve this problem? Like, how do I the baboons are really mad at me. How do I figure this out? And then there's always someone to say, oh, well, you just got to rewrite history or whatever the solution is in that case. And even without necessarily having the conversation produced the wiki that you're looking at, right? Yeah. There's just a real elemental kind of feeling to the game that is very different from a lot of the other kinds of things that people are making.
Well, to that point, I had one follow-up question, which is like, I think also like probably a bad question in some ways, or it's like too open-ended.
Go on.
I'm really curious what you two think about genre. And it was really interesting to hear you say Morrowind, and that like really tracks for me. And like, okay, I'm a relatively new CUD player, but I went into it, and the Steam page, right, says roguelike. This is going to be dangerous because we're going to have to talk about the definitions of roguelikes, which we probably don't want to have to touch. But like, I ended up feeling, I thought it was going to be a roguelike, or I was like, in my head, I was expecting Brogue or NetHack or something. But I was like, wait, no. This is basically Morrowind masquerading as NetHack. Like, okay, that's like not, obviously it's deeper and more interesting than that. But like, I was surprised that you chose, and this isn't a leading question, like, but in my head, I ended up thinking about the game more as an RPG. And I even started thinking like the whole idea of a run, you know, if we play like Slice and Dice or Spelunky or Brogue or something, you think about it in terms of, I ended up thinking like, I don't think that noun of the run is like, does not feel as applicable to me, you know, especially once I'm like 20 hours or whatever into even playing on permadeath, a CUD campaign. So has this evolved over the years, like in this like weird continuum between like open world RPG and like traditional roguelike? Obviously genre is never that neat and stuff, so like I don't want to like peg you into the story, but I'm just curious like what your two like immediate kind of like gut reactions to this like genre discussion is.
Yeah, in fact, we were kind of following the discussion having in the Discord, and we it started like, it really energized us. We kind of like riffed on it in our own way, because I do think this is something we think about a lot and have like gets either asked to us or we're forced to consider. But like, yeah, I think very much the game is, because it's so protean and sort of like multifaceted, it's doing a lot of things, and sometimes those arrows align and sometimes they point in different directions. Or in one sense, it is very much a RPG. It's evolved into a sort of RPG. It has this long, if you're actually going to play it from start to finish, it takes many, many hours, much longer than you like many players want from a permadeath game if they're playing on classic mode. It has this long, like lovingly handcrafted like main narrative, right? And a lot of the impulse, and we were inspired by the games and the stories and the settings that we really liked. From the start, we wanted to put that in to the game. From the start, we also wanted to make a roguelike and loved all the roguelikey things. And those two forces, I think, can enhance each other and enrich each other, but aren't necessarily like from a design perspective until you really unify them, right?
I think if we started today and said, let's make a roguelike RPG, we would immediately go, that's a terrible idea for all of these reasons that we could easily list hundreds of them and maybe not do it, right?
Right. And I think, and so like, the modes did sort of evolve out of this conundrum, right? So you have a classic mode, which is the permadeath, which we really, let me say, okay, well, let me tell you the two modes. There's actually 3 modes, so but let me tell you the two like mostly played modes. There's permadeath, the classic, and then there's roleplay, which is a sort of checkpointing system where you can save at villages, and then whenever you die, you're reset there, right? We really such an initial impulse to make this game was to have this great character variety, right? We're really proud of our character creator. It's extremely expressive. We think there's so much you could do, mix and match mutations. That was a lot of the juice behind the source material we were playing. That's a lot of the juice behind CUD. And so there's something lost when you decide to stick with your character, because you can save and load and play it for 30 hours and you don't get to retread the
this
game.
Kid's about to go nuts with raw clay.
We made all of the mutations available to you from the start of the game, and that was a very conscious decision, because we obviously could have gated half of them behind unlocks in the game, but there's something about having the full palette accessible to you from the start, and just it's just your sort of creativity that's really, and player knowledge that's gating your full potential, that is so beautiful and such a draw to this type of game.
Got all their
That said, how does that work with a game that wants to tell this 25 hours, 40-hour story, right? And so the modes were concession to that, but the modes are kind of like a coarse grain solution for that. Whereas, if you're in classic mode, you're going to play the whole game in permadeath, and maybe you're someone who values that, and then you're going to have to reset and think through a new character. And if you're in roleplay mode, you kind of lose all that, except for the impulse you have to just go oh, I wonder if this time I played a mental beam, maybe I'll start over, or maybe I'll set this character aside for now. And I'd say for that purpose, the modes actually work pretty well, even though they're kind of very coarse grained solutions to a more nuanced problem. I think for the most part, they're working pretty well. But I love this discussion that was going on in the Discord, because it really prompts all sorts of ideas about how else you might solve this problem and resolve these tensions. And we've made some what we did, people got when you're playing a game of CUD or any permadeath game, you're going to be playing the beginning of it way more like an outsized portion, right? And so what we did is we had this randomized village start that we added at some point, so that the first 10 hours of the game are much more varied, and then you kind of link up into the trunk of the main quest, and at that point you're playing that much less frequently, so we don't need to continue that level of variation, which again is a sort of weird organically grown solution that happened at some 3/4 of the lifespan of the game, dev cycle, that sort of works pretty well for us.
So I have a listener question to throw into the mixer, because people, you mentioned the research, we've had some folks playing along with us, which is awesome, and I hope if you're listening to this and you haven't picked up Caves of CUD yet, this is going to start to inspire. This is one of the all-time games where hearing people talk about it introduces confusion at the idea that the implied game could exist. Minecraft was this way for me for a long time. Just games where emergence is a part of the game, it almost sounds impossible that any piece of software could do those things.
Here come the goblins.
But as you say, part of the magic. Sorry, go ahead, Doug. Yeah.
Can I just jut in? I want to make it really clear. I love this game. That's the reason that we're doing this year. I'm asking these intellectual questions. I just want to make it really clear from the beginning. Part of the reason we're doing this is because I've been really hooked on this game, and I was Rob, we actually have to do a couple episodes.
I saw Doug, so I had a few days with Doug where we started a new character, and I'll get to the listener question let's talk about in a second. I got Doug into the game, we rolled a new character on his computer, we played through probably Golgotha on it. And I was okay, the
Siege is over. That was everybody.
That's kind of involved. There's some stuff we should talk about, just play a little and whatever, play a little more. So I don't know, 4 days later, we got back on a sort of private stream, screen share over Discord or whatever. And Doug shows me his map, which if you play the game, you know that when you discover a secret or a location or a ruin or a tomb or a shoemaker, it marks your map with a little corner carrot. And my man's map was 90% corner carrots for a huge swat. The entire, Doug had a whole saga where he had a hand cut off and had to sprint to the Eid Freehold to get it regenerated. And in the process, he's yeah, I solved a murder mystery and got a bunch of secret items, and I think I solved all the like, we were finding statues and stuff, and he's like, I know that already. Like, all the, like, emergent lore that you get from, like, painted weapons or whatever, he was like, yeah, I got this axe from that, I got this thing. Like, it was a true joy to see the Riptide pull Doug into Cud.
The reason I'm saying this is because we're going to ask this listener question, but to Rob's point, if you're listening and you have not played this game, this is like a very strong invitation to play this game and play along with us. Rob, we can talk about this at the end of the episode. I know we're going to do more episodes. We'll probably do like a big kind of beginner's guide discussion kind of episode at some point. So there's more coming. I just wanted to like make that position like really clear if you're listening to this. Like, you really should play this game. We'll do some more like beginner streams and stuff. Anyway, I've got a good Discord discussion happening about this game. Rob, you had kind of the perfect. We got a few questions, but the right.
Well, talking about the randomized starting locations and contrasting those with Joppa, which is the sort of like stock starting location that you get as a first-time player in the game. Nish from our Discord community asks, compared to other roguelikes, Cud seems to have a lot more fixed elements, such as Joppa or the main quest line. So what was your design thinking in deciding what to make procedural versus what to make static?
Well, I think this is related to the question about genre bending, which is that it's a roguelike and an RPG. And I think going back to the idea of Morrowind, or a game like Skyrim or a game like Fallout, right? There's often a very important main quest, but in Morrowind, for example, there's also a bunch of other caves and important loot like the Daedric gear that's littered, hand placed all over the world. Or in Skyrim, these side quests, which are kind of inconsequential, but alter the way that are fun exploration, right? And you lose some of that exploration in a second playthrough of Skyrim, where you know where all the diamonds are and you know where the loot is.
Not saying how much you have to play.
Those pieces of the Skyrim story or of the Morrowind world don't feel like they have to be in the same place every time, right? It seems like something you should be able to make something that's not a run of a roguelike, but is rather a personal instance of a game like Morrowind. So that you can't go on a wiki and ask, where is the Daedric helmet, right? Because it's different in your world. Where's the amazing shoemaker? We don't know. We don't even know if there's an amazing shoemaker in your world. This is your world, and a lot of the stuff is different.
Yeah, shoes just suck there. Sorry.
Yeah, sorry. Like, in your world, there are no shoemakers, right? And so, like, the question becomes, if you're making a game like that, what pieces are you picking that orient the player to this world? And I do you have an answer for that, Jason? How do you choose that when you're picking those elements?
Yeah, I mean, I don't have an answer for that. That's like the golden key. Yeah, that you can. But I kind of like to speak to some of the forces around it. Like, I think, I think another thing is that this is where for me, Ancient Domains of Mystery is a big touchstone too, because they were it's very much a roguelike and very much playing in the roguelike space, but they had a static overworld map and some static locations. And then that, I think what happened, if I'm to unpack 15 years ago, I think we saw that we were like, ooh, feels good. And we started to build that. Something very similar to that. And part of that is like, I remember like designing some of those initial static locations and getting the sort of joy of the creator when you're maybe doing like some narrative creation like that. Oh, this is what this place is going to feel like, you know? And then for some of the reasons Brian's talked about, and for the fact that we were just into systemic roguelikes, we started building underneath that a systemic roguelike. And I think like unpacking that a little bit, like, it's interesting because anytime you have any procedural generation, you really need something that is grounding it to kind of read the generated content against, right? And so I think that comes from a lot of different places. So from Dwarf Fortress, it's coming a lot from the genre expectations of what dwarves are and what like the Tolkien history and like specifically the pieces that Tarn and Zach have decided to like pull into and make sort of like the signature, what it feels like to be a dwarf. I think for us, for us, it's almost even more challenging because we're trying to introduce you to a very weird novel science fantasy world that is obviously a mix of a bunch of stuff that came before it, like any creative project is, but like is meant to be a little disorienting, right? You get into the world of Cud and you're kind of meant to be like, what is happening? I need to kind of, I feel like I'm stuck in this fever dream, like you said, and I need to piece together what that is. And so in a situation like that, the procedural elements are kind of working against you almost, because it's like we could alter this all and it would still be disorienting. And so having that main quest, and if you're not going to do static locations and static quests, which I think thinking deeply through what your core units of meaning are that you're then going to recombine is very important to have something that's not just the gobbledygook of generated material, right? Like if it's to be meaningful, it needs to be sort of like extruded in the mold of something that is thoughtful, right?
And I would note too that your static locations share a quality, which is that they are made from the same Legos as the generative system, and so the static locations have appear as though they could have been generated by your generator, and in fact, for all I know, a lot of them were, and you were just like, yeah, that's Joppa. I think this is Joppa. We're gonna move this around or whatever, but like fundamentally, it just
you
fit
hear
one out.
honking,
Like,
it's the dog.
like Joppa.
He's very sad.
I've seen I've been playing for long enough that I saw the redesign of the Barathramite Enclave.
Yeah.
There was like an initial version of that, and then the sort of like
the
first time I saw the updated one, I was like, wow, these my bears really invested in this renovation, and it looks fantastic. And it's cool that you can do with static locations. It doesn't necessarily have to be a function of like, hey, we're updating the generator to get at a new Barathramite Enclave, but probably you'd added a bunch of stuff to the generator, and you're like, what's possible in a static location? Now, I can imagine it evolving in that way, and I wonder, sort of how the static locations and the kind of generator ammo have sort of like co-evolved, I guess.
Well, let me say that when you're making a procedural thing, almost invariably the best way to start is to hand make some instances of it.
Totally.
So many of the generative systems are the result of somebody, often Jason, just doing a manual map. I remember Golgotha explicitly was Jason and our friend Nick building just a map like, can you do conveyor belts like this? This is Golgotha, this is what I want a level of Golgotha to be like, and that becoming the proceduralized version of it. And so there's a really deep relationship between hand building these elements and the procedural systems to begin with, and even more granularly, when we build these pieces, it's often just a creative box, right? I'm making this. If you're like, we're going to generate a ruins, what does that mean? But when Jason goes in the tank and comes out with the Bear Enclave, that's a creative box that allows you to go, oh yeah, they've got a globe and they got like a wheat farm. And those are elements you can then pull out and feed into the generator globally. So it enriches the world, right? It makes it easier to create, just get the creative gears going and create these micro things that then expand.
Sleep Monster, I'm doing my best.
Generative systems.
I do have chicken soup. Don't worry.
Like a tracery
and miso soup too. I've been having both.
A few sentences out just myself to sort of check with myself, like, what kind of thing do I want, and then I'll sort of break it down into like, okay, what's the grammar here? How can I reproduce this with other
exactly
stuff?
And I think that's a pattern I think you see across almost every generative designer I've talked to, and I always talk whenever we talk about this, I talk about this one. There's a Tarn Adams talk from many years ago I think it's at a conference called Progression Mechanics, and I love to reference it because he has the slide where it's just a sentence of like, the tern landed on the tree and like laid 4 eggs in a nest or something like that, and then he like decomposes, he kind of diagrams that sentence and like explains or like ruminates how each of the phrases, like each of the clauses could be spun up into a system that would generate that result, but then like what each of the other, like what that system would generate elsewise, right? And it's such a core, I think it's how humans, that's how we work, right? We have the thing we're thinking about, the example, and then from there we can kind of extrapolate and interpolate the system. What has been really fun, and what And so to say that, like, it's often much easier just to write a thing, right? If to actually generate something that generates the thing and then also has a possibility space that's interesting and like not, if it's goofy, maybe it's goofy and cut. It's often goofy, but it's at least like smartly goofy or something, right? That's much more difficult. And so it's often a one-way conversation where like, oh, you're hand designing something and you're making the generator try to do that. Lately, like there've been a few times in the development of Cover where it's actually became a two-way dialogue, and that's been really fun. Where like we had generated this the history generation system, which produces these what we call gospels, these little snippets about these historical sultans that ruled and did all sorts of fun things, right? Like, you know, murdered a corrupt administrator by trapping their soul in a box or whatever. When we were then writing the story of some light spoilers here, there's one sultan that remains static through every run, and that's Reshef, the sixth sultan. And then when I was writing Reshef's history, I kind of felt compelled to do it in the sort of signature style of the generator, right? To kind of like stilted tracery grammar like language we necessarily used to generate the generated history, and then to kind of write in that voice to make it kind of like all feel like it was coming from one source. And I think that produces a really interesting effect, right? And it kind of like when there's this uncertainty about what's generated or not, that could be dangerous too, but that there's something like really fun about that. And like really you can kind of put a bunch of mirrors around and kind of like expand the horizon of what's possible in your game by doing that.
I remember that was one of the defining impressions I had of it. As somebody who's like done a lot of like generative text type stuff and fancies myself having a pretty good radar for it. I loved the feeling of how scrambled I was the first time I played Caves of Cud, trying to sort of divine like, wait a minute, some of this is setting off my generative alarm, some of it's not, but it's happening in a really odd way that's not the usual, and it speaks to that sort of like deliberate kind of like riffling of the techniques to create like a more textured experience.
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad we've kind of drifted there in terms of talking about the writing and the kind of world building of the game. Obviously, the generative systems is super important to talk about. I am though also interested in the like human authored side of that. I mean, I think one of the huge things that stood out to me immediately about Cud was the vibes.
Megabit, I know.
And I think that's really difficult, maybe increasingly difficult to pull off these days. I mean, we can talk about visually, I love it, love the audio, but the writing has this kind of its own world building to it, but like not in a cringe way, like a lot of like the writing's actually like truly great, both static stuff and procedural stuff. We had a really good listener question that I think asked this question better than I could have done it. So let me ask this from Brendan in the Discord. Asks, I really enjoyed the voice/writing style of the game, most notably in the in-game descriptions of items and creatures, but also in the UI. How did that style develop? Are there seminal works of literature or other pieces of media that were particularly influential? How did writing show up or not in y'all's backgrounds?
Yeah, we often point to, so I'm like fancy myself a writer and have done that for a long time.
If Jason can't say it, Jason, all the good writing is Jason, and Jason is
and Kaylin too. We've since added to that.
Yeah, no, that's true. But originally,
motherfuckers,
all the writing is Jason, and Jason originated the voice and is an extremely literary author, and that writing,
I know, dog. It's
really
very
flows
sad.
from Jason and now Kaylin, who are both just incredible writers. And
I'm incredible.
Right, in that very unique.
That's right. That's right.
Well, thank you. I could push back a little on that and just say that, like, I think a lot of let me not fully take that.
Oh, we got to hear both sides. Presenting this for Jason is not a great.
Well, I think
writer.
I'm a shit
Jason,
writer, right?
The floor.
Yeah. Well, what I would say is that I think a lot of, I don't know, when you tease out what is meant by writing, like obviously there's like the prose styling, which that's more what I do. But I think Brian and I both share like a deep love of world building, and we kind of like, we come at it from different angles, but we both are on enough of the same frequency that we we come up with really fun, novel things, I think, and that gets threaded through the world. But in terms of, there's a couple things I want to just mention about this. One is that, like, because we're making this text-based game, like even before, originally, we didn't have any tiles. We were pure ASCII. And we didn't get the tiles till just before the Steam launch, really.
No kidding.
And in interactive fiction or in like some of the initial roguelikes, your text is often your rendering engine, right? Like, so looking at the descriptions of objects and stuff is just kind of how you felt around the world, right? And beast. I still often will try to ground the descriptions of things in the, like, it's a mode that you're exploring, that you're seeing the world through, right? It's really fun to depart from that. And then occasionally when you're reading a description of a creature and you think you might get like how tall it is, you get some like rumination about like, whatever you might choose from a CUD description. And there's sort of something fun about every rock in the world, if you turn it over, might have some jewel underneath it, right? And I think there's a lot of, like, I think we talk a lot about
muting for a little bit because the dog is being
Wolf,
particularly
a science fantasy author, an incredible, one of the greatest prose stylists for my money of the 20th century, and wrote really interesting science fiction and fantasy, and was something we came into contact to actually kind of like midway or a third of the way through CUD's development. So a lot of the voice was kind of there already, but as someone else who really uses language to sort of disorient, but also to kind of like displace you in a wonderful way. That's why we kind of point to Book in the Newsome if you're interested in something in a text that's, I feel like, doing some fun stuff with language and science fantasy in a similar way. But yeah, I mean, there's our influences are pretty wide spanning. I mean, a lot of historical literature, a lot of like scientific literature, and a lot of the weird tales, like like Robert E. Howard and Clark Ashton Smith is an author that I'd point to. Just a lot of stuff that all feeds into this feeling of like, and just a love of purple prose, right? Like I like to be on my bullshit when I'm kind of like when I'm writing, and CUD thankfully has become a place where I could kind of unabashedly do that, and it works because we've sort of evolved this setting to kind of make it work.
I was just gonna say, like, I think you look at a game like Elden Ring, which is visually beautiful, but so much of its juice comes from these little flavorful text descriptions that give you something that you can't get out of any amount of graphical or audio fidelity. You can cast into a dimension, a subjective dimension that you can't access through your other senses, and Jason and Kaelin's writing grasps at that. And Elden Ring's writing grasps at that. And I think it's really important and a kind of underserved element of media, because we're so interested in graphical fidelity versus communication, right?
Well, and I wanted to push back about Jason calling his prose purple, because to me, purple prose is like sophistication that's sort of unattached to any kind of that ungrounded sophistication, like sophistication for the sake of. And here, I think, is a really interesting, and what made me realize is the way that your systemic and generative elements in the game actually support the handwritten stuff. Because as long as you're waxing poetic about a like sultanate description, something that is going to fit into this like really defined generative lane where someone's going to find it etched into a sword in a dungeon or something, like, it's not just prose for the sake of. It's serving this kind of, it's being draped over the kind of like skeletal armature of the game system, the simulation that's running in the background. And that you couldn't, I mean, the voice is really strong and that's a big part of it. Obviously, if stuff was in there that was super off voice, you'd notice, but it really gives you a way to let your freak flag fly in terms of going deep on the kind of grandiose stuff that a past ruler of a dead civilization might have said to kick off the big rebellion or whatever. Like you can't go too hard there because it's fitting into something.
Yeah, and I think it's funny because I think it works at this like sort of gestalt level that's hard to talk about from like a real craft perspective, because I think it's like two things that are different just coexisting and that producing an effect of that's really good. And part of that, I think part of it's what you're saying exactly. I think you hit on it, that like it's tied to this deeper systemic thing, and that grounds it in such a wonderful way. And sometimes it doesn't even need to be literally grounded, tied to a systemic thing, but the fact that you're reading this inside a world where you can do all this, like where there's this deeper physical simulation and you can do all this sort of like physics experimentation in the world, just the fact that those two things coexist in one experience really lends something to each of them, right? Like I feel like the writing would be, if I just wrote that as a story and like put it out there, it would not have the same effect, because it's not grounded in this world this whole world simulation that just makes it feel like it's almost like it adds a legitimacy to it, right? Like, oh, this must mean something because it's tied to this game where like I can, you know, it's actually hard to speak about because it's really this gestalt effect that is I think we really benefit a lot from. And like I try to think about that when we're making the game, but yeah, it's kind of it's a hard thing to grasp.
Well, you really get like from the difficulty in distinguishing between the two voices of the generated and the written, it forces the generated into a realm of like importance that can be really hard to get as a game designer who's generating text, right? Because you know that inside of this are things that were crafted not just from a systems perspective, but from a personal perspective. And then the next time you play through, if you recognize text, it feels, you get nostalgia, you get comfort, you feel like the character, however you might feel about the term ludonarrative dissonance, the thing your character's experiencing is learning something they maybe once knew, and the feeling that you're having is learning something you maybe once knew over again. It's like a very beautiful thing that I can't imagine existing in another kind of system. It's funny that before we started, Rob called the five of us the same kind of nerd. And this is an audio podcast, so the listeners didn't see me light up when you mentioned Gene Wolfe, because I'm a big fan of their work as well, and also I think the thing that drew me to that also draws me to the writing of Cud, and when I say that, I don't just mean the writing inside of the game, but also generally the UI, the structure, the feel of all of the, any time that English or a garbled, confused language is brought up on the screen, is that I think a lot of times as game designers, we try, when we fashion something for an audience, and I'm kind of even riffing a little bit on something that Doug happened to mention like last week where we were having a totally different conversation. You try to fashion something for the audience, right? You try to make something that brings as many people as possible through the world that you're creating. But in Gene Wolfe's writing, and in Jason and your writing and your collaborators' writing and the voice of Cud, it's not trying to explain itself to you. It is just telling you how things are, right? It's really centered in the reality of the world. It isn't just written it doesn't take any shape in order to communicate something to you for the sake of communicating something to you, right? Which is like really not just, you can say that about the writing of Cud, you can say that about the system design of Cud, you can say that about the graphical design of Cud, and which is like a much harder task than it would be if you were going for that level of graphical fidelity. We joke about being able to see into the Matrix when you're looking at a game like this, but like that's truly it's not just possible through repetition. We all started without that background knowledge because of the hard work, but not just in giving players power, but like there's a kind of agency that I don't have a word for. I'm sure that y'all might have better ways of talking about it. That's just related to trust that the right people will find this thing, and if it's not for you, it's not going to make itself for more people. You're not going to turn it into something that's for more people than the people it's actually for. And even in the changes that you're making now to make the gamepad integration is has been one of my favorite things.
Amazing.
I've stopped playing with a keyboard after hundreds of hours.
I can't believe
it. But it's not because you're trying to, it doesn't feel to me, I can't speak to your intentions, it doesn't feel like you're trying to make it for more people. It's that you're trying to bring the right kind of nerd to the game. So I guess I just complimented y'all for 5 minutes. I don't know. Do you have an answer to that lack of a question?
I think we never set out to make Caves of Cud for anybody but us. I don't think we ever expected anybody to play it.
You dog alert.
There were a few people, like nerds on Something Awful that really enjoyed it, from 2010 to 2015. And then we released Sproggywood thinking, we're going to try to make commercial games. And what happened was Steam had Greenlight at that point, and we were able to approach Steam and say, hey, can we skip Greenlight for Caves of Cud? Because we're just going to put it out there and put some simple tiles and sell 80 copies of it. We were thinking it was going to be less successful than Sproggywood. We were completely blown away that it annihilates Sproggywood. So I think Cud, to its credit, has exceeded commercial expectations every time we've ever done anything with it. And we've never done anything trying to be commercial with it, really. And I think that's part of the success is that at this point it is its thing. And I think we would be fools to try to push it into the mass market, but we can make it accessible to all of the people who like this stuff, which is what we're trying to do. I think a lot of people cargo called the inaccessibility of early roguelikes in. I don't think there's any reason to do that, right? There's no reason it shouldn't be as easy to play as possible, but no easier, right? To make gamepad, we didn't call out any functionality. It's 100% of the stuff. What we did was we tried to compact what existed into ways that would eventually fit into all the buttons of a gamepad, and we somehow did it. It wasn't clear that we were going to be able to do it, but we weren't going to get rid of throwing weapons to do it, right? We weren't going to do that. Right? We're not going to compromise the weird thing Cud is, and I think that will be our tack for forever, if only because practically commercially it's worked out, right? There's just a shocking amount of people who have some kind of desire for this kind of weird thing out there.
Yeah, there's no reason that roguelikes need to be difficult to understand, and there's no reason your RPG has to have a combat system that isn't a roguelike.
And I mean, it's obvious. You look at Lord of the Rings. That's not an easy text, right? But it's well loved by a billion people. And not to say that we're Lord of the Rings, but if you make something weird and earnest enough, people will take the leap and figure it out, right? There's not enough stuff out there like that, just because it's so hard to align capital up to allow you to make.
Why did it disappear?
Right? I mean, who's going to go get capital and say, hey, we're going to build this game and it's going to take about 18 years, right? And the returns are uncertain. You just can't do it, right? Caves of Cud happened by pure happenstance. We were able to line our lives up by accident to get it done. And, I think the same thing happens for lots of little weird works, and people appreciate that thing that can't exist otherwise, right? That exists only by that sort of random tumble of stones that come together to be a really weird looking pile, right? That is a rad pile of weird stones.
Yeah, he's being cute.
Well, it's where sad. I think the pattern of how the story of the game's creation, I think, is an element in its success.
Get the fuck out of here.
Whenever
get the fuck out.
Whenever you look, I've watched tech demos of here's how I generated this very convincing terrain.
Jeez.
And a lot of the times you're I generated the terrain and then I kind of eroded it to simulate what would happen over like 2 million billion years of geological forces and stuff like that. And that's sort of what makes it look real to your brain.
Megabit, I
And
know
I
you can't leave
about
yet. You're being too much of a
talk about the
pest.
sort of like dev cycle
No.
that it's been under. I wonder, in your opinion, how much of the power of this world, with all of its sort of detail and quirk and kind of like these like sedimentary layers of evolution, how much of the power like comes from this extended sort of geological scale design process?
Or madam, or
yeah, I mean, I think it's interesting because I think we've only been able to do a lot of what we've done because we've had so much time to do it and no pressure to do it in a shorter time. Right? We've always been. I mean, we were self-published for. We always thought we'd be self-published. We ended up. We were friends with Tanya and Kid Fox for a long time, many years before we ended up, entering that publishing arrangement. It was only a very particular one that would work out, because of the people involved. But yeah, I mean, I definitely think that's a lot of it. It also is like, we feel kind of free to, there's a lot of systems in the game or pieces of the game. Again, like we talk about it being this really, I think of it as like a really messy room. And so when there's like something, when there's something messy in the messy room, it's kind of okay because everything else is messy, right? Whereas if you have something messy in a really neat room, it really stands out. And there's a lot of things in the game that we kind of threw in there as experiments and that we never took out because it's a messy room and it's fine. And I think that that's good in some ways, right? It allows us to be like, have experimented and not felt sort of the pressure to get everything at a level of polish that would make some of that experimentation impossible. It's funny that you talk about that sedimentation like a layered, like process of development, because part of what that's meant is that we've become way better at designers later. And part of what that means is that as you progress through the game, in our opinion, the game gets a lot better and a lot more interesting, which is very funny to make in a roguelike game where like 90% of the people are not, at least prior to roleplay mode. So like this, you've all talked, I don't know if you've gotten to the Tomb of the Eaters yet, but like in our opinion, kind of blows everything else that we've done out of the game. And it's funny because people talk so much about the game often without even having been there. And like the back half of the game is some of the stuff that we're really just like from a real like design perspective most proud of. It's kind of inverted from where you might see a lot of attention and care put to the start of a game when you were doing it mindfully, knowing that players are going to spend so much more time there and so many more players are going to see it. But like just a quirk of the development of the game has led to some of the best stuff being in the back half.
When you're playing Red Rock, you're playing our designs from when we were 25, right? 27. And when you're playing the very final piece, you're seeing the culmination of a team. Like the final elements that the team's building right now is this team that's now worked together for a very long time in any kind of industrial terms, and especially in game terms, at the real apex of their craft. And like how 8 people are going to beat the game or something, but it really like just
so many more people. So many people have beaten the game,
and it is an inversion of most games.
Touch
where commercial pressures mean the last level is often just rushed and unfinished because it makes a lot of sense for that to be true. And like, especially people will hit Golgotha and go, this is like a completely different game than I expected, right? This is a real change. And when you see that is our own design evolving and out of what we made this room hall dungeon cargo culted in from Adam, and realizing we can do things that aren't that. We can go beyond that. And so it's a real trip through our growth as designers, I think. Just physically, which is really a strange thing for it to be, but
it's and you even have a power in the game that's about sensing this by touching things, that you can intuit the story of an artifact's creation just through skin contact. That's actually I've never beaten the game. The farthest I've gotten is the tomb. I have a new build going now that's going to be I'm going to try to finish the story build. That's a hard tinker build, which was not easy to get off the ground. Even I'm playing this one in role-playing mode. But if you're leaning on tinkering, you don't necessarily have the juice at the start of the game to make the starting areas trivial. But to the sort of like long-term focus of this miniseries, this is the character I'm going to try to take.
Let's put the
all
figurine
way,
here
to see some of the stuff, and even some of the stuff that like I'm pretty sure Doug hasn't seen yet, but I know that I've seen. I'm really excited for him to encounter. Before we wind down this initial installment of this of our coverage, our not exclusive, but our exciting coverage of Caves
extended
of Cut.
coverage.
Extended coverage of Caves of Cut. I wanted to sort of follow up on
yeah, Golgotha is such a change in tone.
The collaboration between the two of you. I'm really curious how this kind of deep and extended two-way collaboration has evolved over all this time. I alluded to sort of high-level lanes that you both sort of occupy for the project, as well as trying to speak to the kind of like indistinct cloud of emergence that sort of combines what you bring to Caves of Cud. But the mind meld that's required for something like this, especially over
office
a long
good.
haul. How do you how have you felt it
bedroom.
change, and what's it been like to carry it for so long?
Let's start there.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a marriage, right?
Yeah.
Like it's 20 years of all the kind of like yelling at each other and dealing with egos and like really appreciating each other's value and finding places to get out of each other's way that any kind of long-term interpersonal relationship takes. And we started in our 20s, just really getting into like screaming fights about stuff because blood's so high. And like eventually bound by this thing, like learning to really work with each other, and like we almost never end up screaming at each other anymore.
Yeah, and also when Brian says we started with toy, we were friends as kids.
Wow.
And we grew up playing and making kids. Like I met Brian when I was 12.
I love that.
Yeah, and
I ripped him off in a magic card trade.
He did. That
I
is
still have the
I wrote a
magic
story
card.
What
about
was the
it.
trade? What was the
The
trade?
trade was he traded me a bunch of like the dark garbage for
a divine intervention,
a divine intervention. Yeah, which actually now is who knows?
It's not like a financially bad trade, but it was clearly
at the time it was like a really coveted card.
Yeah, it disturbs me that I can totally follow along.
Yeah, the dark.
I literally understood everything you just said because I also was into this in the early 90s,
yes.
and that's
at that time, right? Exactly. So it was good. It was good. It was a good origin story to our relationship. But yeah, so like we played games. We made many games before Cud, but they were all like unfinished and like whatever. And I think sometimes I think back on the fact that Cud is, I reflect on Cud being where it is now, and it does feel like the evolution of life or something, like so unlikely to have happened, because at any point we could have just, like we did with our other projects, stopped and not continued them or like failed to work together. Yeah, we were like just interpersonally, I think we've grown to like such a tremendous amount, like you might expect people to do from the ages of 12 to however we old now, like, quite old now. Yeah. And so, yeah, it's like we were really unhealthy ways of relating. I agree.
Sproggy Wood was fun.
We're going to scream at each other because I'm right and you're wrong, and that's why. And so into like now, like, yeah, I think our working relationship has never been better. Our relationship totally, but like particularly, I think we work amazingly together now, and I still think we complement each other in a really fantastic way.
I think they're like there's a certain molecular magnetism that happens in any of these like long-term marriage-like relationships where you specialize because the other person can carry water in another way better. Right. Like, right. I never had to become a writer because Jason was just the best at it. Right. Like you eventually learn to grow in those ways, but like it allowed both of us to specialize in our task in a way that meant our output is like one gigantic nerd, right? Like a nerd that's twice as big as a normal nerd, because like I can do the technical stuff and Jason can do the writing, and like I have a good knowledge of like underlying geophysics, and Jason's really interested in Roman history, and those things, like that specialization continues in a way that means like we're very effective at output at doing like world building because of that specialization, of building prototypes because of that specialization, right? Like there's such a reward for having worked through the difficult spots because you're just so good at a unified output, right? Like it's really worth it.
I want to speak to Rob's what you initially said about that when I like said there was that like nice nuance in being in characterizing it as not just the specialization, right? Because I think like it's easy to kind of collapse the description into that, but like I like Brian, like I was saying, being like a very talented and deeply thoughtful world builder, I think like that might be lost if you just think of like, oh, well, Jason does the writing and world building and Brian's doing the technical side, right? Like, and like it's funny because I have a CS degree. I'm a math like person. Like I have done a lot of that system design, and then like I like when that gets spoken about as well. But Brian is like an architectural wizard and has like brought the game from nothing to life in a way that is like that specialization has been key to getting the game to where it is. But we're in this constant sort of like flow back and forth in all these domains. And then one last thing, we work with other contributors now, and like for instance, like most obvious, I'll just say the tile art like in this game is just so fantastic, right? That's neither Brian or I. That's a tile artist, Sam Wilson, who came on later and is just speaking of interdisciplinary, like is a math PhD, right? Who just does that in his spare time, but is just like added so much to the voice of the game through that art, right? Totally. And people definitely see that. And same with this amazing OST, Craig Hamilton is like just it produced an incredible vibey soundtrack, and everyone else who's helping with the game, Kaylin and Corey. Yeah, like we have a team of like all part-time contributors mostly, but who are all like doing something that just really is very hard to replace.
Yeah, I think in my collaborations I've noticed that I tend to seek out people who could also make an entire game on their own, but only because that really just allows for the communication to flow, right? Like if you're talking to somebody about a system design problem, if you don't understand how to program, that the other person's side of the conversation has to potentially be justifying to you why they're not just justifying to you what will and won't work and why it will and why it won't, and you can't be having a conversation at quite the same level even if you're not doing absolutely everything, right? But it does seem really obvious that the quality of the work has been vastly improved by having both of you with hands on the wheel.
And speaking each other's language a little bit, like that there's like a little sort of coprocessor on each of your sort of builds that I found one of the lovely touches of world building in the game is I was just looking at the wiki about when Doug was in the process of quote unquote recruiting Jotun, who parts limbs, into his party. On the page about proselytizing, it mentions, you can only do this to 1 minion at a time unless you've equipped an item called a social coprocessor, which just was it was a 3-course meal in a 2-word phrase for my brain. And but it's a useful concept because it's the thing that you have on the sort of collaborative motherboard alongside your sort of like graphics card or whatever, to be able to like actually relate to the intent and the work of the people that you're collaborating with. So I think it's really beautiful and inspiring to hear not a story of like pure specialization and we all slotted into our little slots and then everything worked great, but like no, kind of more of a utility infielders who've decided to specialize, but still have that sort of like generalist spirit.
I have a parting question.
Oh, please.
So we're gonna, as we mentioned, we're gonna do some more episodes. We haven't figured out the plan, but I'm definitely gonna be playing more CUD. You've now made me doubly excited to see these new mainline dungeons I haven't gotten to yet. But in addition to just like completing the main quests, because we're going to try to bring at least our listeners along for the ride, whoever wants to play, and we usually kind of give homework assignments. Rob, we'll have to kind of figure out what for maybe like our beginner's guide episode, what's a good homework assignment. But while we have Jason and Brian here, do you two have any like chef's recommendations for me? Like ways you would recommend, like in addition to just beating the game, something I should do, whether that's a particular mode or a particular build or a self-imposed house rule that's fun to play with, or optional side quest that everybody misses. If you had like one particular flavor that I shouldn't miss as I like get deeper and deeper CUD, I don't know if that's like too much to ask, but do you have any like particular recommendations for me of how to play CUD?
It's a great question.
The way I like to play is all unstable genomes.
Ooh.
with a balanced build. Unstable genome is like easy to miss, but it's a way to play a sort of completely randomized character.
I want to talk about this.
That isn't, you don't know what it's going to be at the beginning. You're forced to make some choices as you advance.
Cool.
So I would say experiment in that mode. It's easy to miss. Maybe you take like all 4 unstable genomes and a kind of balanced stat build. You're forced to be sort of play a hand you're dealt in a way that a pre-gen is.
Okay.
I think you can squeeze in an extra one if you add like an evil twin or something like that.
Yeah.
That's very unstable. You're probably more likely to have.
I love unstable genome chimera.
Exactly.
That's a fun.
Yeah, makes sense.
I just want to use my time to give a little historical context to that ability to unstable genome, particularly because I think it's actually really interesting from a design perspective. So initially, in
this
Caves
trivia
of
is
CUD,
great.
I think maybe before we ever posted it, or maybe not the first Something Awful build, right? You only had randomized mutations. You could not choose your mutations, and this was like this was so important to me that we not change this, even though now it's like it became clear that like, well, if you have mutations that are better than other mutations, what you do is you go in and you hit the re-roll key until you find the good set of mutations, and then you just play that character. And because the game is so brutal and combat focused, right, you're really compelled to do that. And so, okay, that's a bad design pattern, right? So we stumbled upon at some point this idea of what we then called an unstable genome, which is like the randomized, you take it for 3 points. Most mutations cost either 3, 4, or 5 points. And it's a random mutation, but it doesn't manifest until sometime in the first 10 levels of the game. And so what it does, like when it's this little like nugget of learning with procedural stuff, where is that anytime you have something generated or random that you can re-roll immediately, players are going to optimize it, right? So you need to stretch it out, or you need to do something to kind of like delay it. And if you just simply not give you the mutations, like a 30% chance when you level that it manifests, that's really enough to like to basically solve the problem. And so you can still play that fully random character. You'll just do it through all unstable genomes. It's hard because you don't have a mutation in that slot at the beginning of the game. So you have to kind of like through tooth and nail, claw your way to those levels. But once you get them, you can maybe get a 5-form mutation where you paid only 3 points for it initially, right?
A whole dance
so it's
troupe.
Like I'm glad that Brian brought that up. I think that is a very good,
tempting.
Good answer.
Wow. Yeah. I do think getting a character to level 5 is like just a thing. Like and then level 10 is another sort of step function up in terms of like the likelihood that this character has like, I don't know, Bethesda Sousa potential. But it is a joy to be caught up in the meat grinder of this game initially. I know y'all are adding a sort of explicit tutorial, but I always extolled that one of the virtues of the game is that failure is a great it's one of those games where failure is a wonderful tutorial.
Yeah.
and you can learn a lot. To your point, Brian, about like, hey, like trying lots of stuff, not getting locked into one build, having to restart and be like, well, that didn't work. Now what am I going to do? Or, well, it really would have been helpful to have like a melee attack with splash damage, or whatever. Oh, there's a mutation that does that. Maybe I'll grab that, or whatever. Like that sort of like combative evolutionary process is a really great way to get comfortable in the game and sort of decide what style is right for you, since so many are possible. So if you're listening, please join us in the Discord. That's discord.gg/eggplant. Find us in the Caves of Cud channel. This is a great game for finding community and talking to other people who are playing and sharing some of the wacky procedural foibles and follies that can emerge throughout a game session. We will be back to discuss more Caves of Cud soon, but not as soon as you might be used to for Into the Depths. I wanted to thank Jason and Brian. Thank you for coming out and sharing so generously of
amazing.
The history and thinking and just brilliance that has gone into this game over the course of its development. Jack, thanks for coming out and supporting the episode as a guest co-host. It's really awesome to have you here. Again, you can find us, we're on Mastodon, but eggplant.show, look at episodes, discord.gg/eggplant. The Discord's where it's at. Thanks again, everybody, for listening, and take us out. Dose 1.
Oh, you can't hear me, of course. Well, they talked about Book of the New Sun and Gene Wolfe in general. But if you go to the link, you should be able to find. Yeah, you should be able to find it. I should take a break. But I think that what I might want to do is when I come back, we can, what are you just doing in here? Oh, right, because this is, Cradled Coven. So I'm gonna go on break, and then, oh, hey, pub music. Yeah, I'm gonna go on break, and, when I come back, we're probably gonna start listening to the next one, because just like, this is working well for me. I can't talk very much. But for now, man, look at him. He's tantruming so hard. Look at this guy. Look at this dog. He's pissed. He's mad at me. Whoop. That was a very good tantrum, buddy. Okay, I'll talk to y'all soon. Another vile force of darkness, really? Come on. Hello. I'm back. Greetings. I'm back, and we're gonna listen to some more Eggplant. I'm gonna queue up episode 2. Look at that. All right.
Welcome back to Eggplant, The Secret Lives of Games. We are a collective of game developers who have candid conversations with other game creators that dive deep into the art, craft, and process of making games. I'm Rob Dubman, and with me is Doug Wilson.
Live and drink.
And we have one very special guest with us tonight. But this is not our regular our current regular UFO 50 year book club. This is not an episode of that. In fact, This is the second installment of our Into the Depths miniseries on the amazing, now launched Caves of Cud. You can find all our previous episodes and everything about our show at eggplant.show. You can join our thriving Discord community at discord.gg/eggplant. But none of that is important. What is important is that today we are 24 hours in to the existence of a long prophesied legend that has actually joined us in reality. The 1.0 release of Caves of Cud, the end, the culmination of a 17-year development project. And I'm so thrilled and honored to introduce our guest, one of the very developers of that specific game, Jason Greenblatt. Welcome back.
Thank you very much. Happy to be here again. Feeling good. One day out, and I'm ready to talk some Caves of Cud.
Huge achievement. Huge congrats.
Thank you.
You know, we're juggling so many kind of projects right now. The UFO 50 weekly podcast, a couple other things we haven't even announced. But yeah, we could not do this. So we're recording this on December 6th evening, North America time. And so that, as Rob mentioned, that means 1.0 just released. And so this is just such a no-brainer opportunity to get back. It's been a hot minute, but to get back and resume our Caves of Cud Into the Depths. So Jason, thank you so much for making the time.
Absolutely.
So in when we were conceiving of doing this, Doug and I, having spent a fair bit of our year in Cud and its environs, we'd envisioned this as a sort of, hey, so you've just started the game. What should you do? What are some tips? What are some ways to kind of get your feet or hooks wet, as the case may be? We still want to do that. But I think I can't resist a news peg. I'm a creature of topical entertainment. And this thing just came out. And 1.0 is, in some ways, very similar, especially in the early to mid game, from what people who've been playing in early access for a number of years, people like me, people like Doug, some of the folks who I'm sure are listening to this. And by the way, thank you to everyone who's shown up, joined the Discord, and joined our little Caves of Cud community within the Eggplant community, our Caves of Cud sub community. It's been really great to see people, even folks who are working on the game,
Discord.
Have showed up. We really appreciate your presence and perspective. But it's the late game that's most affected by this update, because the main story, the sort of like trunk quest of Caves of Cud, the thing that is largely consistent between runs, that is carried through all the locations in the game and all the systems in the game, it has an ending now. And that ending is what
good to see you
now exists as software, as opposed to a dream virus in your mind, Jason.
Yes.
So in some ways, this release is not a dramatic change to the software product that is called Caves of Cud. It's an addition to the end. However, there are also some new things that have come into the game on the other side. For people experiencing the game for the first time, or for people who are just now firing up 1.0, maybe after not having played the game for a couple of years. And I know that y'all have added an official tutorial, and I do think we should talk about that as we get into the sort of beginner tips. But I really want to talk to you, since you're sitting here, about the pets. Because
pets.
Yeah.
If you're like me and you're like Doug, you bought Caves of Cud some time ago.
I can.
You purchased it already. You bought it in early access. You have it. You are powerless in some ways to throw your weight financially behind the project on its launch day. What could you possibly do to support these developers as it hits 1.0? Well, the answer, as it turns out, is there's DLC. And y'all made it seems like an official mod for your own game. You can buy it as a bundle or as an add-on if you already have the game. And then when you're rolling a new character, once you've enabled the mod, you get to pick a pet who follows you around as if you had sort of proselytized them using the in-game ability. But there's a couple of quirks. They're like a little, they don't die so easy. I don't even know if they die.
Some of them do die.
So yes. So this is my question. I want to know how long is this pets, because it's really affecting. And I have a run going. I've started one. This is the character that I think I'm going to try to take all the way to the end of the story. I've immediately become super attached.
I'll do my best.
This is a gloaming character. Gloaming is looks like an owl, flies around, but periodically under certain light conditions, you see that all is not so straightforward with this owl. My owl has, and we'll get into some light, I don't know if this is spoilers exactly. You buy the pets pack is my goal. I want you to buy the pets pack hearing me talk about it, but
I don't think we're going to give any major spoilers this podcast. I just want to clarify.
I don't think so.
Like minor beginning game spoilers. Like we'll give some tips and advice for the beginning quest. We'll talk about the pets, but none of this is a real spoiler. We're going to avoid all the like late game spoilers for now.
Yeah.
The first time my pet ghost owl screamed a secret at me when I got to a new place, that was amazing. So how long have you all been thinking about this as a kind of like add-on for the launch? And I'm really curious what it was like to work on in terms of all the pets have very different systemic qualities to them. Some of them, as you alluded to, that was my next question. Like some of them can die. It sounds like what, how did that little sort of micro chunk of launch day, bonus content isn't even the right word, but this kind of extra little gift to your players, how did that come together?
I mean, yeah, so actually the pets they're Patreon rewards for a while now. So if you we have a Patreon, and if you support at the $5 tier, for a while we were doing a pet of the month. And so every month we would release a pet, and you could redeem them previously through these pet code. There's like a process to do it. It's been streamlined now that we've packaged them up as DLC. But actually, if you were in the $10 bracket of our support, you could vote on the next month's pet. We would pitch a few, and then $5 would get access to them. And you know, as we were wrapping up 1.0, we very much had in mind this idea of like, oh my gosh, we have all these like fans and people who have bought the game who have like told us, like tell us without being prompted, I want to support you more. I've bought the game for a friend, but you know, it'd be great to have. And so we definitely wanted to launch day one with like an additional thing you could get if in that situation, just like you were talking about. And we have the OST, which is nice, but we figured like, we have these pets. They've been on Patreon for a while. We've kind of stopped doing them because we did a lot of them. There's actually more pets, and there will probably be more pet packs coming.
Wow.
Yeah, it seemed like it made sense to package some of those. We took the first year, because we've actually been doing it for a few years, the first year of pets. We added another pet. We added a special pet that has not been seen yet at all, and that included in the pack. And so it made sense to package it up and put it all together into what we call the Dromad Deluxe bundle. For years, when you first registered Caves of Cud and gave us $5 when we first put the game on our website in 2010, if you did that, you got, it said on your little ASCII main menu, Dromad Edition. That's what you got for that. You can download the Dromad Edition. Right. And so we kind of carried that forward here with this bundle is Dromad Deluxe. If you get on Steam right now, if you get the game, the OST, and the pet pack, you get, which is all packaged together in a bundle, you have the Dromad Deluxe Edition. And if you have all those three, you get a little Dromad stamp on your main menu that says Dromad Deluxe, which is fun if you're like, because we kind of styled it as a collector's edition, right? So yeah, anyway, so all that, and you know, we put these pets there. So they've been developed for quite a while. Some of them are just like pitches we had that the community voted on. They tended to be concepted by, like, I did a lot of them and Kaylin did a lot of them, our other writer.
Woo, I mentioned.
And yeah, I mean, they vary, like the default is for them to actually just be fully fledged creatures that can die. What ends up happening, because it's Caves of Cud, is that they die quite often. And the core sort of, there's no, in the base conception of pets, they don't come back. So they die, you lost your pet, it is sad. We made sure to make some pets that were kind of non-combat pets, because some people would not like, would kind of turn away from that, right? So we have Gloaming, for instance, which Gloaming has a whole set of other abilities that aren't strictly combat, and they have the no combat tag, which means they don't get into fights at all and they won't die. Cool. Typically, I'm sure it's possible to kill Gloaming somehow, but
don't even try it.
Right. And then the one other thing I'll plug here is that one of our devs, Corey, also known as Narf, who's in the Discord, I believe the Eggplant Discord, did make another mod themselves called like the Pet Carrier or whatever, where like you can resummon your pet if you want to. So like if you, and that's just somewhere on the Steam Workshop, you can go get that if it's like bumming you out too much that your pets are dying. But like we wanted it to feel like, I think the core design, I like the idea that it still like embodies a lot of the typical risks of COD, where your pet might die at any instant. Yeah.
Well, Jason, now that we've warmed you up talking about something systemic, how are you feeling?
Oh, yeah. I mean,
let me ask the question in a different way. You are 24 hours removed from launching this game, which has been launched in various ways. This is not your first time encountering it in public, but it is your first time getting some of the treatment that a newly released game gets. Y'all got it was PC Gamer, I think, did a sort of really big, really cool, very positive review. Not the kind of sort of considered necessarily treatment that you've gotten in the past. Does this moment, a day out from release, does it sort of feel like you expected it to feel, or does it feel kind of different than you expected it to feel?
It sort of does. It sort of feels like I expected it to feel. Yeah, it's so, because we're in the game industry, it's such a black box, the future, right? It's so hard to like know, and your fate is in the hands of these algorithms. So there's always the fretting over that, like, oh, how is the launch going to go well? And here's what we can expect based on this and this. There's also just, we did go really hard on this last push to complete the final feature arc, which we are like super, super proud of, like where we got with it. I really think it does everything we wanted to do. And then like even the last couple days, I was like, oh, this one part is not. I need to rewrite it, and then I got it in, and it was
That's
all
great.
really happy about that. But yeah, I mean, I also had a baby this year, and I had mono, and I had rat mites. Don't even Google rat mites. It's so upsetting.
That is so Caves of
so
Cud.
upsetting to have rat. I'm sorry to your listeners, but
that's actually what took out Joppa.
It was very much. I did feel like I had the gyre plagues like descending on me. So yeah, I mean, I'm pretty exhausted. I'm due for a good break, which was the plan. We were like, we're gonna launch the game. We're gonna do the release support. Thankfully, being in early access for 9.5 years, it's quite a stable game. Like for obviously we have a deep systemic game where that you could break all the time, and there's infinite bugs, but given that there's nothing like it's at the launch has been really stable. There's been a couple things that have cropped up, but we're happy with that. Gonna just make sure keep our hands on the tiller or whatever for a couple of weeks, but then take a bit of a break and then come back fresh sometime next year.
Oh,
that's fantastic. All I want for you all is like just travel somewhere with ample fresh water.
Yes.
Where it's just like coming out of the ground.
Whoa.
Yeah.
And
okay.
Really, really chill. Because I can imagine everybody in the stress on something like this where you're kind of writing the end of the symphony or whatever, right before this big kind of commercial push where you have like a real publisher behind you. You have all this stuff that's scheduled. You have all the conversations that you're having, like internally and externally. It's a lot to.
This squad is going to do very good.
Hold that in your head, and then also do the work of actually landing the plane. Obviously, congratulations on the advent of this thing and completing it, but congratulations too on surviving the last beat of it, and really getting it across, because that's its own special challenge, I think.
Thank you.
Wow.
So if you're listening to this, it's possible that you have downloaded Caves of Cud before. It's possible that you downloaded it after our first Into the Depths episode.
That was fucked up.
This is the moment. I would say the one piece of directive advice I would give everybody who's listening to this is it's time to start over.
Few deaths.
The thing that has happened a million times where you died and your precious character who you had all those adventures with fell to the maw of permadeath. Imagine it's happened again. You will have to start a new character to see all of the end game of Caves of Cud 1.0. If you were so wise as to purchase the pets pack, you will have to roll a new character in order to attach a pet to that character. You won't be able to just pull it into an existing character that you've rolled. But that really is, and I think that's going to be a theme of this discussion of the early game, a theme of Caves of Cud. Starting over is, and embracing a new beginning is part, I think, of the message and the wisdom that this game has.
Oh, our manager died.
Doug.
Shit.
Great point, Rob. But let's also assume maybe people are listening who have never played the game before.
Also true.
So hopefully this episode, and Rob, maybe we can like kind of outline this on the fly also with Jason. I reckon what we want to do in this episode is tackle the early game, maybe both for people who are restarting who haven't played for a while, but also people who've never played, right? So maybe this episode can be an entry point where we try to convince people to give this game a chance and like try to give them some scaffolding to kind of help them through this like sometimes bewildering game, I think in a good way. But so we've got all sorts of like, I think tips in the diegesis of the game, but also tips about like how to best run the game on your Steam Deck or on your computer or whatever. So does that sound like a plan? And maybe we can get through, I'm thinking all the way through a canticle for Barathrum. This is the name of a quest roughly. Maybe like first kind of 2 quests is like maybe the homework for this kind of episode. Like it.
Yeah, I mean, that is the point. And this is so the first thing you'll see if you're starting out is that the game is going to give you a couple of options for how to play. and there's a classic permadeath mode, which is a roguelike in the, I suppose, classical sense of you will start a character. There's no other than your moment-to-moment progress. Nothing is saved. So as soon as that character dies, they and all of their achievements are consigned to the grave. You get a nice little summary of what they did, but then you got to start over. You can't go back. Then there's roleplay mode, which offers limited saving in the form of checkpoints at settlements, which are like villages and other places that are inhabited. If you stop there and then you go off on an adventure that becomes a misadventure and you die, you will respawn with that character at the last settlement that you visited. You can very much lose a lot of progress this way. It's not a safe way to play by any means, but it is a way that preserves some of your kind of incremental progress, allows you to be a little more experimental versus sort of hyper risk averse, which you sort of have to be if you could lose your character at any time.
It's rough in here.
Those are sort of the two, I think, major ways to play, but I also want to mention the third, which is wander mode. And wander mode is a really interesting addition where when you start the game, every creature in the game is neutral to you. So no one will initiate combat that you do not first initiate. And rather than gaining experience and leveling up through combat, you do so through new experiences, visiting new places, having new things happen, meeting new people. So it's a sort of pacifist way to play the game, explore the plot, see the locations, and it's a different type of challenge to sort of crack all the riddles, find all the treasure, without
Thanks, Mac.
the sort of
I appreciate
constant, threat of a very powerful creature that you've never seen before choosing you as its enemy in that moment and taking you out. So when we talk about the how far we're going to get in this episode, I think it's appropriate to pick the quest A Canticle for Barathrum, because that is, I suppose, Doug, it's you and me who've sort of decided this between us, but we feel that that is the point where the game shifts from a game that is best played as a permadeath experience,
come join us,
to a game that is best played as a roleplay experience.
Yeah, roughly around that point, I have like a kind of specific maybe proposal we'll get into. Can we take a step back though? Because I think me and you have kind of strong opinions on kind of like when to play permadeath, when to play roleplay. But I think there's some wider confusion around CUD, and Jason, I'm curious to hear if you've kind of experienced this. So I was like posting about this game excitedly on Blue Sky, and I got a couple of responses from people who hadn't played the game. Was like, oh, I didn't realize. So I got one message that was essentially like, oh, I didn't realize there was a main story. I thought it was all random. So I think there are a lot of people who kind of see it as like a traditional roguelike that, and people I think know from the outside, oh, all these cool things happen, like you can talk to a chair, or baboons might stone you to death, or you can wear this really weird item. Like I think people are aware of those kinds of like funny emergent systemic aspects. And I think this was true of me. I from afar, I always thought it was just this like hard roguelike, but as I was posting, there are many, many amazing things about CUD, but the thing that really blew me away was the main storyline and the kind of the places that goes, the mechanical tricks and like subversions that does. And I think we talked a little bit about this on the episode 1 where we did this bigger interview with Jason and Brian. But it kind of is more open world RPG, I would kind of argue, than roguelike. So maybe we can start from the beginning to really try to bring like set expectations kind of correctly for new players who may not like totally understand what they're about to get into. Jason, really quickly, and sorry to make you do the like kind of marketing pitch very quickly, how would you, we're gonna like try to describe this to new players and try to enthusiastically proselytize as many of our listeners as possible to play CUD. What's your like quick elevator pitch for like what is this game?
Yeah, I mean, it is tough because it is all the challenges you're gesturing at are real, and we've struggled with them. In that it's a game that's very multifaceted, right? And so the people that let me ask you a question. Say, like, it is a science fantasy roguelike and indie RPG, and it does a lot of roguelike stuff, meaning it's deeply systems driven. It's uses a lot of procedural generation. It really is horizontal in that we make a lot of like the things that you could find in the game is in terms of abilities you can get, like more than maybe you would expect available to you from the beginning, because we kind of want you to have this broad palette to kind of creatively solve this little half sandbox, half tactical challenge, turn-based roguelike. On the other hand, staple to that, but also interwoven with it at its best points, staple to it at its worst points, maybe is this giant science fantasy world that we've done a huge amount of world building for, that we're really proud of, and this like Bethesda like RPG narrative that we are really proud of, that it was like a lot of just what we were doing for this final feature arc, the end of the game. And it's funny, and it's this fun tension, because on the one hand, yes, when someone says that there's an ending, there's a main story, I didn't even know that obviously a part of me is like, ooh, because we put so much love into this. But a part of me is like, yes, because I think part of what's so special about the game is that that story exists in the backdrop of this spongy mass of game that you would not expect it to exist in. And almost the fact, like, I think a lot about, like, why do I like emergent narrative? Why do I like the systems colliding and then me having a story that's particular? And a lot of it is because, and I think it's been framed this way, that emergent narrative kind of taps into the aesthetics of nonfiction. In that, like, when something happens in the world that we find interesting, there's something about it being unauthored, being the collision of systems. Whatever your, like, sort of, ontology of the world might be, to explain how things happen is going to be different from person to person. But it is really wonderful that this game has this narrative that can kind of come at you at a slant and where you're not expecting it, and then there's so much, there's a whole well to fall down there, right? So I'm like, I think that's actually kind of key, and like, yet you can't, you're gonna lose people because they're not gonna know about it. So let me wrap that up by saying, I think at this point, we've really, in terms of like the mind share of traditional roguelike, like, people, if you're a traditional roguelike person, you know Caves of Cod, and like you've very likely played it, or have mindfully not played it, which is fine. Good. I personally, for me, I'm like, the RPG player who like will find a lot here that they might like, but it might be kind of difficult for them to get into. And admittedly, that's the person who I think, like, I want to take another look at the game, because that band of person, I think, is maybe missing what's going on here.
Because I lived in the town of Bethesda for a while, I always thought the name of there's a location in the game called Bethesda Souza, which I always just took as a funny coincidence. And I only in this moment, even though we've compared it to Bethesda games in the past, obviously Bethesda is a big maker of these kinds of like huge open world RPGs. And I only just sat here and said, like, oh, right. Maybe that's a reference.
It's a biblical reference, buddy.
Wow.
Good segue here, though, in terms of, because that's what I was also trying to signal in my posts. Like, I really do think the main story, the kind of main series of quests, is very special. And you kind of sound like one of these deranged people, like, no, like, you just got to give it a chance, just 100 hours, and then the game really gets good or whatever, right? Because we've all heard that before for RPGs. And what I would say is, no, the game is great from the beginning, but it does feel like a little bit more like a net hacky roguelike or something. But hopefully with this series, we're going to like try to scaffold with you, because I would say it is around this Bethesda Souza that Rob is talking about. We're not going to talk too much about that today, but around that point in the quest, that suddenly the main storyline, I think, like blossoms and blows your mind. And I love your point, Jason, about that's almost even better for like not fully having seen that coming. But I think so. What we want to talk about is like, let's scaffold you through this game and talk about that so that you can get there. And then in later episodes, we're going to really get to talk about the super juicy, like top tier good stuff that's in the second half of this game. And Rob, to your point, now we kind of have to talk about role play versus permadeath, because the beginning of this game really does feel this kind of like net hacky, it's hard to survive, kind of permadeathy, and like you're saying, trying out different builds. But by the time you're like 20 hours into your save file, and you have to play so hyper conservatively not to die because you're desperate to see what happens in the quest line, I would argue, like, to me, permadeath probably feels like a little less appropriate, or certainly for those of you who are the kind of more RPG players. Like for me, maybe not the way I'd recommend you play. Like, obviously, lots of people are going to play this game differently, but I think our kind of like chef's recommendation, Rob, if you want to go into this, is like you were saying, kind of cut your teeth with permadeath. Don't be afraid to die. And then when you're really ready to strap in, build that character, do role play, so that, you know, in those later dungeons, you're not too afraid to die.
Well, and so as just to segue from something that Jason said earlier, this game does give you access to a number of potentially very powerful sort of powers, boons, mutations, objects, starting bonuses, whatever, right from the jump. And that can be a really sort of intoxicating and intimidating quality in a build system in a game like this, which is why the first time I sat down, we're recording as we record this, it's like early December. I've got a foot of snow outside in upstate New York where I live. These are precisely the circumstances under which I first sat down with Caves of Cud and absolutely fell in love with it, because it was this like end of year, things are slowing down a bit. You've had a whole year. It's really cold outside. There's a fire going. Wouldn't it be nice to just sort of sit down with a cozy little system and pry it apart like a hermit crab? And that's what happened. I found myself dying a lot. But every time I would die, I'd be like, maybe I'd want another couple of points in agility. Maybe I could have dodged some more. Maybe I could have hit a little more with my ranged weapon. Maybe nice. I should have taken that mutation that would have provided light, that would have given me night vision, so I wasn't carrying around a torch, and then I could be doing multi-weapon fighting. You start to answer little questions like these to sort of like correct the oversights that led to your demise the last time around. And in so doing, it is one of those combat systems that once you learn it, it almost starts to feel less like combat, and it almost starts to feel more like kind of like dancing with the game, making the right decisions in the right places and getting your build to a place where
you do still have a broker.
You're not having to parse every encounter like a chess match. You have a build that is resilient to the challenges of the world, and that allows you to sort of access the next like onion layer of stuff, or get your character a little farther, or level up a little more. And as that starts to happen, your build, I think, or at least in my experience, and I think what I was able to sort of confer on Doug when he was just starting out, is like, you will sort of land on a build that feels good for you. You will land on a build that allows you to feel sort of comfortable in the world, able to sort of traverse its challenges. And then when that character dies, when you've started to feel it, that's the moment to say, okay, I know my build. Maybe time to start a roleplay run with that build, knowing that you've sort of like learned how to ace the early game in such a way that you're not going to be looking over your shoulder the whole time. You're going to be able to hit the checkpoints, sort of discover the little ways that your new seed is different from the previous ones you've played, because a new run of this game has new treasures, new quests, new locations. Familiar locations might be laid out differently. Things like that. And so that's really fun to kind of experience when you have a bit of the muscle memory for the game and a little less intimidation around combat, and intimidation around like, hey, what does all this stuff do? because you've spent some time exploring the system, trying out various builds, and you will have evolved a kind of like well-trod sense of what works for you and what doesn't in the game.
True.
That's my broad permadeath into roleplay pitch.
Jason, my even more specific pitch for this should be, if I had to make a mod, the mod would be you're forced to play permadeath through Golgotha. Like, you got to earn it. And then we can justify the checkpoint in the fiction of the game. The Barathmarites give you some kind of like precog like device or something that you carry around that lets you kind of precognition. By the way, this is not a spoiler. Is one of the mutations you can get.
Right.
Where you kind of look into the future or something, and it depends on how much you've leveled up this ability. But if you don't like how things are going in about 30 turns, you can rewind to the point. And this is really interesting. So one of the literal abilities mutations in the game kind of builds this like tiny little save system. Incredibly, I got very far in this game with one of my early characters on permadeath. I won't say there's a specific tomb is involved for those of you who have played that I actually made it through on permadeath, but and partly by just using precog as essentially my like save file. Anyway, so some of this stuff is actually like this idea of time travel, we might almost call it, is built into the fiction of the game. So like maybe anyway, so that to me is about the point in the game, like we were saying that. But yeah.
Oh no, let me just say, so when you first, I think even before I came on, when we first were like, oh, we're gonna do the cut, Rod came to me and I joined the Discord, and some of this, and I think it was started by a comment Doug made, which is like the genesis of this kind of observation you've made that, hey, I thought it was an RPG or a roguelike, but it's kind of more like an RPG, and it's kind of flowers into an RPG right after that. Brian and I were meeting, and I said, oh, Doug made, one of the guys he's going to be interviewing us made an interesting comment, which is pretty canny. And, 15 minutes later, we had, okay, so the mode where you are permadeath until Golgotha, and then you switch into. So I think it's a brilliant idea. I think it's a great observation. I think I don't want to speak to what's coming in the game, but there's definitely a non-zero chance that may make it in as an alternate mode, because I do think it is you're very right. And I really like the advice you're giving in that, starting with permadeath. So we added this tutorial, and the tutorial is we force it to be in permadeath mode in classic, because we do want you to have the experience of dying and then mindfully coming back and trying something new, which is the real opportunity cost of roleplay mode, which is that you can't come back, and you're not incentivized to come back and start over and try a totally different build, which was where so much of the joy of the game lives. So yeah, very nice observation. We do like it a lot. And let me, maybe this is pivoting a little, but let me just say it. I think, because we did add this tutorial, right? We're talking a bit about difficulty or beginner advice.
Yeah.
We added a tutorial, right? And that so when we were thinking of doing that, there's obviously so many ways to do that. And if you think of this 2x2 matrix of just teaching the basics of how to play the game, what the rules and controls of the game are, beginner, just teaching what the rules and mechanics of the game are, advanced. And then there's strategy of the game, beginner, and strategy in advanced. And if you think of that as a little 2x2 matrix, what we ended up doing with the tutorial is just the bottom left corner, which is teaching the very basics of the rules of the game. Because one, we wanted to err on the side of teaching. The main reason is that we had limited scope to do this, and it was a lot just to build this tutorial.
Just to build
that we
a massive
really liked.
open world role-playing game.
Well, right. But in particular, to tutorialize in a way that still felt good in CUD, which is I've always resisted. For a long time I resisted preset builds, because I was no, I don't want I don't want the voice of us like lingering over the player's shoulder. I want them to have full sort of autonomy here. But like, I'm making these capitulations because they're smart, right? It's just better this way. Well, and I think one of those is like, okay, we want some kind of onboarding. We can only build so much because it's hard to build it all. I mean, even just building that tutorial is quite hard because you're a CUD character. You could break through the walls. We want to still make it like a reasonable experience. And so we really focus on like, this is like what's going on. This is how turn-based combat works. This is how like, you want to rest after you get hurt because that's
now, my lord.
That's a little bit of strategy, I guess. But yeah, and so there's this whole other like there's the deeper rules of the game that we don't go into at all, like how like melee combat penetration works, right? This extremely arcane system that we very pointedly ignored. And then there's all sorts of like the early game strategy that you might suggest for get up to 6 AV before you get too deep, right? And then obviously like the later game strategy too, right? So there's like onion layers just in thinking through how to teach the game.
It's interesting because we're like doing this series on UFO 50, and one of the big refreshing parts about that game is like, and I'm not trying to demonize tutorialization across the board, but I think a lot of people would agree that like some contemporary games have leaned too far on tutorialization, and that can really drain the excitement from a game. And it's been really lovely seeing the UFO 50 games are so confident. And part of the fun is often, I don't know what's going on, I'm going to figure it out. And given the vibe and the world building of CUD, that seems part of it, like being comfortable being kind of confused. And that almost like makes sense in the fiction of the games. I can see that's like a kind of tricky balance, right? For you don't want to kind of like spoil that dangerous magic of the game. Of course, it is just, you got to like spend a lot of time figuring out like hotkeys and like, oh God, how do I go inspect this chest and open it and decide what I want to get and like all this kind of stuff. But yeah.
Well, I mean, and part of why this game shines is that it's the kind of game that it's fun to teach to and learn from somebody else. That having a friend or a group of friends around in community with you as you pick it up and as you start to like fall into the buzzsaw a couple of times is a really enjoyable way to incrementally learn secrets.
Better be careful.
To incrementally have things like, it's not a spoiler if somebody is sort of telling, in my opinion, if somebody's like telling you a little secret that they found on their experience with the game that you're like, whoa, that's a thing? And then it flavors your next run or your next session in the game. Like, that's not a spoiler. That's a gift.
Yeah.
And that's a way of generating experiences that are shared in an environment that's as rich as this one is, where you could go off in any number of directions. Like, you start a new character, you pick a preset build, it'll drop you in a town. We'll talk about towns in a second. You could just walk off to the north and keep going and never stop and just do it till you die, until you hit another town or until something else happens. But it's the way that the game starts to give you both randomly generated quests and mainline story quests. And you start to be able to do the really fun part of an open world game, which is like setting your own goals or even getting distracted by an interesting opportunity or an attractive nuisance that has presented itself to you in your travels. You can start to do the thing where
I
it's like,
being an attractive nuisance.
Technically, I should be doing this main quest thing, I suppose, but I just smelled roast meat. Maybe I'll see where that smell is coming from. And, perhaps discover some treasure or meet an untimely death. But we can talk about character generation. But I do sort of think that the puzzle of what to pick there and all the options that you're given, it's best to go into that, in my opinion, with a kind of broad, comforting sense that you're in good hands. That anything you pick will be interesting.
Yes, I think we do have I have a recommendation, which you can like.
Okay.
You are in good hands, but take or leave this recommendation. And before I even say that, So just a couple of resources to think about. One, definitely play the tutorial. It's like 10 minutes max, and it'll go through some of the just like literally what are the hotkeys and how do you play this game. And there are a couple of like how the map works in this game is a little counterintuitive. We can go over that a little bit, but the tutorial does like a very brief explanation of that. You are still probably going to be confused. You got to figure out a lot of stuff even after the tutorial. Don't worry, that's normal. Again, I think the game wants that kind of like a little bit figure it out yourself kind of vibe. In addition to that, though, to Rob's point, like I was very lucky to learn this game by watching Rob play and that kind of direct kind of tutelage from Rob. To that point, you know, maybe watching a few streams. What we'll do with this episode is a few weeks ago we streamed. This is pre 1.0, but the game is
that part
of the game has not changed
other
much.
Than pets, which I will never start the game without again.
That's right. But we'll put that up on YouTube along with this, and so you know if it helps, you can see me and Rob play until like level 7 or whatever it was, and maybe that'll help kind of give you an idea of the possibility space and what you can do. Other resources. There's an amazing wiki for this game, and reading the wiki itself is kind of like beautiful. Like even if you're never gonna like finish the game, I really enjoyed that experience. However, I do want to say I think I slightly overindulged in the wiki, and I wish I had been a little bit more unspoiled for some of the late game. It is so tempting to look up every little mechanic or like get advice ahead of time for the upcoming quest. And there are such cool, surprising, and subversive moments. My big advice is really resist that temptation, because for the, you know, occasionally if there's like a burning mechanical question, I think it might be good to consult the wiki. But until you're further in the game to really kind of go deep and get all these like incredible tips and tricks and secret items and stuff, I wish there were a couple of late game quest missions I wish I had a little less spoiled for myself. So that's
Jason, I have a question for you actually. When y'all were on last time, Brian gave us his sort of preferred build for the game, which was the unstable mutation build, where you sort of like pump up if you pick a mutant class, as opposed to the sort of like cyborg class called Truekin in the game. You get to pick a starting set of mutations that have some of them have positive results and some of them have negative results. There's an intriguing one that I honestly had never used much, but then Brian endorsed it, and I've been sort of enjoying it more since, where you get mutations that don't manifest right away, but when they do, there's a sort of like rapid acceleration where you can sort of so you wait a little longer to get your mutations, but they're a little more powerful when you get them. And they're random, so you're sort of being thrown curveballs by the game as you go, and I found that a pretty enjoyable way to play. So I was curious if you have a sort of like hip pocket starting a new roleplay run build that you choose.
Well, I mean, I also love that mode because it harkens back to, like, I think I mentioned in that episode when mutations were totally random, and I love that because I love the aspect of the game of like. And this is actually hard in leaning so hard into the RPG-ness. It is hard sometimes to allow the spontaneity to continue to exist. And that's why I love that mutation, because it's like, oh, I got this. Now I'm going to pivot, and that like I'm going to take advantage of this opportunity. Right. But let me say that is very much an advanced player mutation.
Who, me?
So because the trade-off of, I mean, you're right that like it costs 3 points, but you can get a 5-point mutation from it. So it is like you can eke out some advantage there, but the cost of not having a mutation that has an ability from level 1 through 5 or whatever, if you're a new player, just like it's too harsh. So unless you really want a challenge, like an extra challenge, I would say wait on the unstable genome. I would really take, so like we did, you know, like I said, we were really resisting adding these presets for a long time because I was like, duh, it's a palette. You go in and you create whatever you want. But, you know, being a little more respectful of people's time, you know, some people want to have a little more guidance, totally reasonable, don't want to feel disoriented on every axis. You're still going to feel disoriented, even if you pick a preset. But we designed the presets. pretty thoughtfully. And so going in with like the preset that you start the tutorial with is probably the strongest one. It's the Marsh Tar. They have some of the best mutations in the game. So they have freezing ray, which is an incredible physical attack mutation that also freezes opponents. Just very powerful, very short cooldown. Can rely on it as kind of like a bread and butter attack. They have multiple legs, which is an incredible mutation because it increases your move speed so you can run away from threats. Running away from threats is a big part of learning the game.
Totally.
They have teleportation. Like, I think most characters want some sort of get like escape button, and teleportation a nice one.
Get out of
Force bubble's another nice one. Phasing's a nice one. Just you come to learn the mutations that are like, oh, I can hit this and just get out of dodge, and like I'm gonna live a lot more because of that. So yeah, I mean, I think the Marsh Tar is like really the reason we start you as the tutorials to Marsh Tar, aside from not wanting to write a new tutorial for every ability of all the presets, was because that is just the strongest and one of the most interesting starting configurations, I think.
Are there any canonical Marsh Tars in the early game? Like, other than the one that you can create here, do you encounter any Marsh Tars in the...
I mean, Warden Irame, the first Warden of Jopa is very Marsh Tar-like, and was kind of was a sort of inspiration for the preset.
Yeah,
you're right. It's not like because you can go out and find like the Hindran, right? The Sephardim. There are some like sort of humanoid species in the game, and they're not that, but there's some Marsh Tar characters out there.
That's great.
So a couple of other recommendations, Jason. That's a great recommendation. I would say in general, go mutant. Your first few runs, Truekin has a little bit more of a delayed payoff. I think is more advanced, and so I think for now we'll kind of focus on mutants.
Oh, I did just want to call out one Truekin enhancement that I saw. I guess I had only noticed it for the first time playing it this time, but it's one of those really to the fact that the game gives you the potential to have very powerful stuff right at the beginning. You can start with a like a heads up display that just identifies every artifact for you. One of the most interesting things that the game takes away from you is that you don't necessarily know what you're looking at when you find a piece of advanced technology. Your character is just like, that's a weird artifact. That's an odd trinket. But you have to have the skill or access to a vendor who can identify that for you, and then the resources to pay them to do it. It's not easy in the game to understand what you have found, even if you've found a very serious treasure. So it's a big part of playing that you're constantly trying to be like, how do I identify what I found? What is this? What do I have here? Is it useful? Is it not? Do I have the skills necessary to identify it? Can I spend this resource? Blah, blah, blah. No, there's one way to play at the start where you just have a visor that tells you what everything is. And it's a really specific choice. You have to like choose to make it. You have to pick this sort of, as Doug says, like delayed gratification cyborg build where you're going to have to really earn subsequent upgrades. But until that happens, you're going to know what every grenade is, what every firearm and every advanced piece of technology. It's just going to be right there. You're going to know. I thought that was so funny that that's just there and you can pick it. And it totally, in undermining one of the principal challenges of the game, it sort of highlights the beauty of that system.
It's a great point, but then also don't worry about all these trinkets and artifacts the first few runs that you're doing. You know, again, that'll come later. So I think mutants. I would start in Jopa, which is the kind of the statically authored canonical starting town. You can also do a variety of procedural starting towns that give different bonuses that are in different places. Those are interesting because those kind of remix, proceduralize the first couple quests kind of, and so that can be nice in a lot of ways, but I think in this episode we'll talk about briefly the canonical opening kind of quests. So I think first few runs get comfortable with Jopa and these canonical characters, these canonical quests, and only I think when you're really comfortable with the beginning game would I branch out into some of those procedurally generated starting towns.
but they are really awesome. It's a great
they're super good.
It's a great example of how the game melds, and this was a big theme of our first episode when we were talking to Jason and Brian both. It's such an effective use of the combination of hand-authored content and generative content that is tuned to the hand-authored content, in the sense of they're pulling from some of the same banks of history. They're pulling from some of the same lists of species. They're pulling from the same like faction system that determines like who's going to attack you and who can you trade with. Like, there's a really lovely mix, and as you start to branch out from the hand-authored stuff and experience more of the procedural stuff, for me, that was where I was really like, oh, this is like the world is speaking to me. I know what a quote-unquote town is like in the game. I know that most starting locations are going to have a tinker who will help you identify items, a sort of mayor figure, and a sort of interesting weirdo who are each going to give you a different quest. And that they're going to send you off in different directions around your starting area. There's going to be a sort of basic merchant. There might be an apothecary. There are just going to be things. And then, are they pigs? Are they turtles? Are they flickering sort of thought matrices of a cybernetic nature? Is it a swamp? Do they grow apples here? Like, all of these little things are going to be sort of rendered in the visual language of the game in a way that makes them all very gettable and very enjoyable and very different. Even though you will start to pick up on patterns that make some of these things the same, like starting towns, there's such a wide variety of quirks and the variance that just comes into it. So it's a good idea to start in Jopo because it's there, it's learnable, but then it's especially fun to branch from that into the randomly generated towns once you sort of know how that really early part of the game works.
And just to say, like, again, I don't want to, get too off theme here with the beginner advice, but I will say that the generated towns, even though you can start in one, and so it may be one of the first things you see in the game, they are they were added very late, and they're kind of like, I would say, like our procedural generation technique capstone. Like all the other techniques that we had worked on and honed in the game had to come together to produce a generated town. It's like kind of the most final and like complicated version of those systems. And so, yeah, I mean, we're happy with how they turned out, but I'm glad that they had that impact on you, because it was kind of like, after making the game for many years, we sat down and said, like, people were playing 90% of their time in the first 5 levels. If we just had a procedural branch that hooked up to the main trunk, it would feel so good. And so, like, we spent a lot of time doing that in a way that would feel good. And so, yeah, I think like we're proud of them, and they're a big part of the game now.
We need like a sound effect on the podcast, Doug, that we can play when someone has just made a really good decision in making the game, when they tell us, I want like a little trumpet solo. It's like, great decision, Jason. It's really one of the pleasures of starting over in the game, is getting a new random town, because you really just don't know what you're in for. And I've had so many that had some funny little thing, like honeybees everywhere or whatever, like, and there's honey all over the place, like weird stuff that's kind of like gives you treasure for free, or puts you in an interesting location, or just gives you a really interesting quest because the quests are random. There's still a sort of standard 2 quest structure, where there's like one quest that sort of endears you to the town and kind of I think there's one that sort of endears you to the town, and then there's one that sort of like gets you started on the main quest line. And it's just, the decisions that have been made about what's going to be consistent run to run and what's going to be up for grabs is one of the main ways that this game, I think, exercises its own taste, and it's a really enjoyable thing to experience.
That said, I'm going to be boring. your first 3 runs, just start in Jopa, like, get across it, and then
But
you can see all
there's
this cool. Yeah,
secrets in Jopa. There's stuff in Jopa that I
there are
only learned
secrets.
about recently.
Me and you only learned this like maybe we can get into this with the starting quests. Like, this is how little me and you knew. Like, wait, there's a different way to access Red Rock or whatever. So the first couple quests you get, so you're gonna start Cud. One is there's this jerk tinkerer Argive, who's very dismissive, but is going to tell you
Interesting weirdo.
interesting weirdo is going to tell you to get me some artifacts, and these can be kind of any artifacts that you got to go out in the world and like find somehow. In addition, what is it? It's usually the mayor of Jopa, is that right? Or is it the other? It's
actually Mehmet. Mehmet is the one who gives the quest.
Right.
He's the right. He's the he's maybe technically he's the interesting weirdo.
Right.
I like your call out of that, just because he's like another character who doesn't have like an official role, but is a legendary character.
Yeah, that's true.
And he's right. Yeah, he's like kind of the first character you talk to. The tutorial ends when you telling you to go talk to him, and
Right.
yeah, he'll give you the quest, but then you'll end up talking to the mayor. And that is all static. That all stays the same run to run.
But it, one of the main things you quickly learn about this world is that water is scarce. It is both money and the same life-giving liquid that we all know and love here in Consensus Reality. And one of the main ways that it's cultivated is through a vine called water vine, that is both farmed and hoarded and traded throughout this world as a way of keeping people alive. And something in Jopa has been eating all the water vine, and Mehmet, the water vine farmer's like, hey, newcomer, you got to figure that out. What's happening here? Why is all of our valuable water vine disappearing? And that launches you on the first sort of you call it an intro quest, but it's pretty important to these people that you've just met. And it introduces you to Red Rock, which is one of the first sort of like major dungeons in the game. It teaches you how to traverse the sort of like overland map where you are traveling sort of zoomed out, and one square that you travel on actually represents several screens of granular sort of roguelike view of the game.
Rob, can we talk about that? Because I think for me as a new player, there were 2 things that took me a while immediately.
Sure.
That you really had to explain. So maybe let's try to and apologies for listeners who have played this game, right? But like, okay, let's try to onboard new players. 2 confusing things, I think, is the hunger system, like cooking, and then, but even bigger, the map system and the parsangs. So yeah, maybe sorry, Rob, I interrupted you. Can you explain these like parsangs? So one tile on the map is more than one tile at a kind of
and
granular view.
It's actually one of the things to me that while it is sort of initially
they're going to get this wrong,
non-trivial to hold in your head, that the game essentially has 2 units of distance measurement. One being kind of like zoomed out overworld squares, and one being the parasang, which is roughly what you can see on screen at once. It's like it's a space in the game, and a 3x3 block of those. So say you're in a center location and you go up one, or you go down one, or you go left one, or you go right one, or you go diagonal in any of the directions. Those 9 squares are what is collectively represented by the one overland square that you see when you zoom out. So you can zoom out to see the world map, which is beautiful and striking every time, or you can zoom in to the parasang that you're quote unquote currently standing on, which will be one of 9
the main map
that is located in that sort of like higher level zoomed out terrain square. And so you can traverse quite a bit of space, going from the parasang on the lower left all the way to the parasang on the upper right. But if you zoom out to the world map, you will appear to be in the same place. And if you travel on the overworld map, it's fast travel a bit. you're skipping over those 3x3 blocks. You're not necessarily seeing everything that's in those blocks. You might be skipping over a quest item you're looking for, some ruins that are interesting, a new location that you would otherwise have to discover by stumbling into it in the more zoomed in mode, but you can get around the world a little faster. And that's a way of sort of, I don't know, providing two different views of the same, I guess, geographical information and leaving some mystery in the kind of like yard to yard version of the game where you're actually sort of traversing the space and can die and get into combat and stuff, versus that higher level view where you can see more at once and travel faster and get to more places without a lot of hassle, but you can get lost. You can get kicked out of that view if you've been on it too long and thrown into one of the zoomed in views where you can get into combat, and you won't be able to get back to the map until you've, quote, regained your bearings, which is either talking to another sentient being and getting some directions, or just wandering around for long enough that you get your wits back and can reorient and access the map again. So even though it is in some ways a convenience and a sort of cheat in the sense of, hey, you're skipping the hard parts, it's not without its hazards, and you can't just use it indiscriminately because it will turn on you eventually.
But I would say, like, it's funny because, like, I think you're right. Like, and it's a big point that you can get lost, right? Because up until you mentioned that, I can see people thinking maybe it was risk-free, but getting lost is a real risk.
Yeah.
If you're on the world map and you get lost, you're now, like Rob says, in one of these local maps, and you're just dropped down there. You might be surrounded by enemies, but like it can be bad. But typically, I would say, like, just to give a piece of advice, like, because sometimes there is some tension. Players feel like, oh, I don't want to do this. Like, I feel like I'm skipping, I'm cheating in some way. There's a great, currently ongoing right now, Krug Smash, who is this YouTuber who does these great Dwarf Fortress videos and animations. He does his own animations as he narrates it. He's doing a cut series. I don't know if you guys have checked it out. You
No,
really
it
should.
sounds great.
No, I really,
Okay.
yeah, this is sounding like
It's
right
so
on my
good.
Uh-huh.
It's so delightful. He's doing these but he's like very mindfully saying, I'm not going to use the world map. I have this quest to go to the 6-day still. That's the quest he's doing too.
Oh my god!
Still without the world map? That
I'm
is
going to walk, and he has no idea. He has no idea because this is his first time playing. He hasn't seen the world map to see 6. I think at some point he saw the world map, so he knows how far he's going. But like, it's brilliant and beautiful and like a fun thing as like a little weird thing to do. But in general, I would say make ample use of the world map if you're going far. Like if you're just traveling, if you know you need to go to Red Rock, I would recommend, if you're a new player, use the world map, because even if you get lost, it's worth it versus having to do all the traveling. Again, if you're called to do the traveling, play however you want. That's beautiful. That's great. But if you're trying to like, hey, what can I do to make the game a little more sensible to me? I mean, we put the world map and the fast travel in there for this reason.
For sure. Maybe one tip is there are various wayfaring and kind of like landscape lore skills that you can get are very useful because they reduce your chance of being lost so for example, you can get a skill, and I think it requires some baseline intelligence to get, but you can use some of your level up skill points to tech to, let's say, like salt dunes, and so you're less likely to get lost when you're going around the desert. And crucially, sometimes your character will discover stuff even when you're fast traveling on the world map. So you walk on a tile on the world map and it says, oh, there's actually a really cool rare merchant who lives here in this particular parsec. So especially if you know you're going to be spending some of the time, that those abilities can help a lot discovering stuff and prevent you from getting lost. Just another subset that was initially I had to wrap my head around, the cooking. So it's worth mentioning that cooking, and maybe Jason, you'd correct me, this is maybe not the right way of talking about it, but there are kind of like, I'd say 2 ways of thinking about cooking. There is a whole cooking subsystem where you collect ingredients and then you kind of get these procedural recipes that give you bonuses. So some people can get really into like discovering these cool recipes to give yourself bonuses.
And there's also like a crafting system in this game. There's all these cool subsystems. We're not really going to get to that this episode, but
it's not in that square in the Matrix. That's a different square.
That's right, exactly. But in addition, there's just you need water so that to pay for things, but to drink so that you don't die. You also get hungry, and you can get famished, and that's really bad. That slows you down. However, what I didn't understand at first, Rob, that you had to tell me, as long as there's no hostiles near you, you can cook at any time, and that doesn't actually take up any of your resources. So you'll see at the bottom
1 dram of water, I believe. I do think every meal is 1 dram of water.
Oh, is it a dram of water? Okay.
Is it not? No?
No,
right,
it's not.
great.
It's free. It's fully free.
Oh, that's what I thought. So,
all right.
If there are no hostiles nearby, you have this ability to make campfire. You can also kind of discover other campfires you can use, but you can make a campfire. It doesn't cost you any resources. And then at that campfire, that's where you also use the like more elaborate cooking system where you're like combining ingredients and so forth. But you can also just say whip up a quick meal. It'll give you this like procedural story of what was in the meal, but none of that's actual resources that you used mechanically. It's just
like the Soylent option. It's like meal as functional sort of thing you need to keep going. It's
that's
just
right.
like, well, I'm hungry, so I'm going to plug in 1 food unit of randomly generated stuff. And it's almost like making you observe the practice of a meal to sustain yourself.
But so, if you see that like hungry, or even sometimes like as you get even more and more hungry and you get into the red, that's what you need to do. Of course, you probably want to do that before you get into some big battle, because you can't do that when there are hostiles nearby. But so that's the thing that you'll periodically need to do, but don't worry, it doesn't cost resources. So Rob had to kind of step me through that the first time I was playing.
Jason?
Oh, I just want to say, I mean, stop me if this is going too deep on it, but like, yeah, this is very, so, I mean, one of the ways in which we felt and learned over time that the RPG pressures of the game were kind of like leading us away from the core roguelike. I mean, if you're familiar with roguelikes, they often have what's called a hunger clock. And what that is it's usually implemented as literal hunger. Like I need to eat, my character needs to eat and drink. And I need to continue adventuring and killing things to find food, because otherwise I will die. And what that does in like a tightly designed roguelike is it prevents you from like kind of doing this sort of marginal optimal play where you might spend 1,000 turns burrowed in like a little hole because the systems of the game gave you the capacity to do that. And that's the optimal strategy, but it's really kind of boring. And so what the hunger clock does is like, actually, you need to keep advancing. It's a way to kind of balance the challenge of each level. Originally, I don't know, this may have been before even Rob played, we had that hunger. We had that type of hunger in the game. Thirst does function that way, but it is pretty mild. But we had thirst and hunger. You needed to eat and drink. If you didn't eat, you could die. Just like if you don't drink enough, you could die. Eventually, it was just a little too miserable to kind of like feel like you were role playing the character and playing the RPG we were kind of developing, while at the same time putting that constraint on the gameplay. And another thing is that we, in spite of the sort of the advantage you get from that design pattern in terms of like forcing players onward without letting them optimize, that rushed feeling was really at odds with the aesthetic we were going for. We wanted a game that you could just like CUD's very vibey, right? It's like a dangerous world, but it's like, it's fun to just be there and do your own thing and not feel like, oh, I got to go hunt for my food. And so we ended up, when we rewrote the cooking system, replacing hunger with the current system. We could have gotten rid of it entirely, right? It's kind of like a nominal, but it felt too ungrounded when we did that. And just having the like nice, like, oh, you got famished, -10 quickness. It's meaningful, but you're not going to die from it.
And you can't die from it. Okay.
Yeah, you can't die from it. You'll get not -10 quick. And so like, it's free to do a campfire out of combat, and then you can eat a basic meal, and then you're okay. It's kind of just like a checking in with yourself to continue. Just ended up working better. And so we do still have the more mild hunger clock of the thirst. You can start like, in theory, you can use all your resources and not have any more water and die from thirst. But it's much harder to do that if you're adventuring at anything like a reasonable pace, I would say. And so all this to say, I want to just make this point. One thing that people don't realize, which we try to tutorialize a little bit, but because we don't have that pressure, that turn by turn pressure on you that other roguelikes do, some other roguelikes do, you actually want to be resting until you're healed often in this game.
Yeah.
In fact, like one of the best things you can tell a new player is like, every time you're out of combat, bind the key rest to healed. I think it starts bound, but there's just a control binding you can bind to a key or a button on your controller that will just say rest until I'm fully healed. If you're out of combat, if you finish the combat, just hit that button and start the next encounter at full health. I think if you've played these types of games, sometimes there's an impulse to be like conservative about that. Like, oh, I have 75% of my health. I don't feel too bad. I think you really want to rest until healed because there's very little cost to doing it.
Work-life balance is so important.
Yeah, but not when you're surrounded by a pack of hostiles, right? That's
well,
the
and that's the thing. The beauty of the game is you learn the sort of like you can learn the pure roguelike, permadeath, buzzsaw, all of it, and then you learn to recognize when you've been sort of tossed into a little pocket of that. When you have the vocabulary and the awareness to sort of like work your way out of it, you can get into some pretty sticky jams. I talked about one in the Discord just the other day on this new build that I've started for 1.0, where you can get fungal infections in the game that are really quite difficult to remove once you have them. But there are also and I was in a bind because I had gotten one of the precursor diseases, a sore throat, that morphs into one of the really nasty fungal infections. Not one of the cool ones that like tells you secrets or leaks candle wax.
He mixes up
you
the kind of infections.
But the one that makes your tongue rot out of your mouth. It is really grim. So I was like, I really don't want that. I don't want glot rot. But I was sort of running out of options. Like I was a carnivore, so if I tried to eat like honey, I thought it was disgusting. And there's like an herb that you're supposedly able to eat that helps with sore throat, but really all it does is like sort of buffs your chances to cure the sore throat. It doesn't really cure it all. And I was running out of time because you only have a week of in-game time before the sore throat becomes this terrible affliction. And I was like, ugh, and I started looking at the wiki, and I did notice that there's a level of the regeneration mutation that you can get that if you're there, it'll automatically clear any sort of precursor diseases that you have. It's level 5 of regeneration. And I was like, wait, I'm at level 4 of regeneration and I have a mutation point. So it was like this little puzzle that I had all this stuff in front of me to solve. I needed a little bit of information, a little boost from sort of like a resource. But then I was like, oh, I actually can fix this. And I just like upgraded the mutation, moved one space on the world map, and it was like, hey, your exceptional healing abilities clear the sore throat. And I was able to continue the run without losing my tongue, which it should be said, I now have multiple heads, so it wouldn't have been too bad. I probably could have kept going with the tongue in a different head, but I just, it wasn't my aesthetic for this character. I didn't want the fungal disease.
That's a great story. And another good point, like I think occasionally dipping into the wiki when it's useful is great. I think I like spoiled myself on a little too much. I think, okay,
don't click through to stuff. Don't, if you see an intriguing proper noun, let it rest as a rumor and a legend in your mind.
With moderation. Yeah.
Don't
think so.
click through. Click through with moderation. Click through with a friend.
Jason, you mentioned key bindings, and maybe we should actually get into a meta tip here, because this has been a discussion on the Discord of how to play, because this game has all these like complicated controls. I've been playing because I just play at my computer, and I have a nice full keyboard that has a numpad that makes it a lot easier to navigate around. However,
mic drop.
Rob, you are one of the people who has really appreciated the in recent years. Jason, I guess y'all have done a lot of work on the UI and controller support. So Rob, you've been playing on your Steam Deck, is that right?
That's correct. this new 1.0 run, I was really, I mean, I've been playing on a gamepad a bit, and like since we started this series again, since I got back to pick the game back up this year, I've been enjoying the gamepad, which has some pretty smart default bindings. One of which is actually that the rest until healed shortcut is just bound to one of the top 4 buttons. It's like a first class citizen in the game, along with like movement and activating abilities. But I had gotten the Steam Deck in part because of our UFO 50 series. I had moved most of my PC sort of gaming over to it for a couple of reasons. And I was like, there was a Patrick in our Discord, shout out to Patrick, had done some exploration to sort of like, there's a really configurable UI for the game. Like there's a lot going on, but you can sort of set a lot of parameters for like the zoom level, the relative positioning of stuff, what's being displayed, what's just an icon. And Patrick has some really nice dialed in settings for the Steam Deck, which are available in our Discord if you want to hop in there.
I'll link this from the show. I'll link this from the show.
Yeah, all right, perfect. Yeah, I've been using Patrick's settings on the deck, which are essentially the gamepad bindings for the game with a couple of extra bits to do with customizing the UI so that it looks a little better on the smaller screen. But honestly, I got no complaints. I'm loving it. It's a really great way to play. Having it sort of in the palm of your hand feels like almost like miraculous, because typically I was playing it on my big hulking, gaming laptop with a big old dragon on it or whatever. Like it's just the stage weight necessary to set up CUD before was higher than it is now. And now just being able to play it on the deck, I can take it with me anywhere. It feels great. So I really do, you're in for a learning curve either way. So I'm not sure I would say, hey, you got to start on keyboard and then move over to the gamepad or the deck. I think the gamepad controls are good enough to start there if that's how you tend to prefer to play games like this. And if you have a Steam Deck, it's pretty amazing. There's a little more of a kind of like having the being literate enough in the game to be able to see the right things on a sort of slightly more pictographic and less text-heavy interface. That is what the sort of ideal Steam Deck layout ends up being. But, it's pretty learnable. And I think especially if you try to sort of juice your first couple of runs by watching a stream or two, where you can sort of understand stuff like how the abilities work in the game, the activated abilities, how navigation works, what the easiest ways to die are and how they're avoided and stuff like that. Like once you kind of have that base coat down, I think the deck is as good a way to play as any.
Yeah, we Brian and Corey really got the UI beautiful on the deck. It's really, we're fully verifying the deck. I got a deck recently to test, and I agree. It's so wild how well it plays, and all of this kind of does harken back just to one little historical note in that, like, even in CUD's earliest inception, we were thinking about UI, and whereas a lot of roguelikes at the time, to do anything, you need to know the exact bind, right? You need to, like, I think in Atom, which is the one we were playing a lot, or in NetHack, you need to like go to drop, you need Control D, or to do that. Like, there's no other way to access that command other than just knowing the bind. Very keyboard, just like first class only, essentially, right? Even from the beginning, we had the idea of this like smart use, which is like if you go up to an object and you hit the use button, it will know, depending on the context, like to do something. We also had pageable menus, like, so like you didn't have to keybind into the right screen of the menu. You could always page around. So like even from the beginning, and we were kind of mindful for UI for a roguelike, obviously. And that allowed the transition to the more modern phase where the UI really got this huge overhaul and is much more RPG-like. to be able to sing on the gamepad, and it's fully. I mean, I know, like, I hear more and more that people's main way preference for playing the game is on gamepad or on Steam Deck. So yeah, it's fully doable now.
There are a lot more controllers out there these days than there are numpads, I think, in terms of what people have lying around.
I would say you probably either want to be able to play with a full keyboard that has a numpad, or controller would probably be my recommendation. Go one or the other. Yeah.
I was playing in deep sicko mode for a while where I just had memorized the 4 keys that corresponded to the diagonals. Shout out to I think it's YUGH, I think are the 4.
Nice.
The
Yug.
you know, it's doable, but it's not very intuitive. And if you're just starting out, you don't have to do it like me, because there are better ways now. If you haven't been playing for 5 years or whatever. So let's do a little wrap up of some of the kind of like early game stuff that you might encounter between you, just a fresh-faced marsh tar trying to find their way in Joppa. I always mentally pronounce it Joppa, but I hear Jopa, and I respect the authorial intent of its creator. So you get a quest to resolve the water vine situation. When you do that, you go back to town, you sort of turn in the quest, and you are told, hey, there's this signal. It's coming from a place. It's underground. You have to go to this other big structure called Grit Gate.
It's actually because you remember when you were talking about these procedural quests, there's one quest that endears you to the village and one quest that starts the main quest.
Yeah.
The water vine quest is actually the one that endears you to the village, which is funny because it feels like it should be the first quest of the main quest.
Yeah, it is Archive. It's like, I've been getting this signal, isn't it? Yeah,
Archive sends you to go get the trinkets and then sends you to go get Wire reinvent radio, right?
Yeah.
Hey, thanks for lurking at work, Geek. I'm only probably gonna be going for another 20 minutes or so. Well, podcast still got over a half hour left. I kind of, well, maybe I don't. I don't know. Hello, puppy. Yes, I know. He wants to hear me talking, but it's hard to talk right now. Anyway, let's resume. Let's try to get to the end of it.
No, which is another way I think that the way that the main quest comes at you at a slant, right? Because there's these 2 village quests. One is literally in the center of town, and one's in the corner. And it's the one in the corner that ultimately sends you to complete the main quest.
Gotcha, right.
Yeah. So right. I mean, but you would still want to do that quest, I would say. Like, I think sometimes people. I mean, it's interesting because I'm interested in both of your takes on this. There are people who would suggest that, hey, you shouldn't even go to Red Rock or the Rustwells first. You should go do something else. You should go around the marsh and kill fish, or you should, I think some people, I think I hear that advice a little less these days. Before, Red Rock was even deadlier than it is now. We kind of toned it back. But yeah, I mean, like, I still think both of those quests are good to do. You get a nice reward from the Jopa quest, right? You get the Uber Nostrum. It's like a pretty important tonic that you can heal yourself with. So both you want to do, but technically it's the Archive quest that sets you off on the main quest.
Thank you. Can you tell I've been doing randomly generated towns for a while?
Yes.
You can kind of do both at the same time. So I usually go to Red Rock. You're probably going to find trinkets there. A couple tips, right? Like, you don't have to finish the quest all at once. You might get through a floor and you already have some gear so run back to town, especially if you're playing on roleplay mode.
Totally.
Right? Sell some gear, buy some gear, right? So you don't have to lose. You can be more conservative about it. A couple very minor spoilers for early quests, but Rob and I only learned on stream, I think maybe even from you, Jason, a few weeks ago,
There is an alternate way into Red Rock from Jopa. This was really useful for us because we happened to have a kind of like a bad random generation on Red Rock. There were all these fungal spewing mushrooms.
Oh yeah.
You got to be really careful about these. If you have itching skin in the description, that means in like a few days or whatever the time period is, that will develop into full fungal disease. That can be really annoying.
That regeneration up. Get that regeneration up.
Very difficult to get rid of fungal diseases once they have metastasized. There is a way. We can kind of get into that in a later episode. And so we were like, how are we going to do this? And then it was pointed out, you can get into Red Rock from underneath. So usually you walk on the world map to Red Rock, and then you got to go from that center part saying 4 levels deep. So you can kind of go into the world. In fact, you can kind of burrow into the world anywhere. But in this particular dungeon, it will say, you'll know you're in Red Rock because it still says kind of Red Rock up at the top right. And 4 levels down is where you'll find the corpse of this. What is this? This is gyre that you or sorry,
the Gersling.
The Gersling. But Jason, it's so brilliant, and like I love this a secret that is only in service of the story and the world building because it's so it's like, yeah, duh. How are these creatures getting to the town unnoticed to eat the water vine? They have an underground layer from their underground source. You're taking the route that they take to come do this. It's just hidden. That's why nobody knew about it. So
the top list of top left of Jopa, if you actually go near the water, because you don't see it at first, but if you go close, it will reveal a waterlogged tunnel, and then you can go down 1 under Jopa, and you can keep going until you get 4 under Jopa, and then you want to go due north. It'll be about 5 kind of screens right until you get to what would be directly under Red Rock. So that's what's called the waterlogged tunnel. That's a cool route because depending on the spawns, maybe that'll be slightly easier. There's like a lot of treasure you can get down there. And again, slight spoiler, Rob, I don't think we knew about this when we did it. There are guaranteed some ancient bones.
Oh, I got ancient bones on my. What do you do with ancient bones? This might be spoilery, but I'm sort of curious. What can I do with my ancient bones, Jason?
Well, you can't do anything with the ancient bones themselves, although you can eat them. I think you get a special message if you eat them. But spawned with the ancient bones is there's a nice little note that's funny if you read it. It's like this little kind of handwritten encounter, but there's also a headlamp. And a headlamp is one of the very few very early game items where you can generate light without using your hand, right? So one of the an early tension of the game is that when it's dark or when you're in a cave, there's no light, and so you have to hold a torch, but you use your hands to hold weapons and other things and shields, right? And so this is an early way. Eventually you solve that problem because you get some super advanced gear that you don't care anymore or whatever. Like there's all sorts of ways. But this is a guaranteed way to free up that second hand or third or fourth hand potentially with the headlamp.
But there are also some really good items in addition. Am I right? Like there's a pickaxe. There's maybe we won't fully spoil it. There are some kind of advanced technological items that are quite interesting.
It's a weird artifact. Just some weird artifact.
Yeah.
Yes, there is a pickaxe. There is also a pickaxe guarantee. The other ones might be random what you get. But
is it random? Okay.
I think other than the pickaxe and the helmet, I want to say it's random. But an interesting thing is I will say that I would say this path through the underground tunnel is typically harder.
Okay.
The spawns are a little scarier. You can get null worms and stuff that you can't get. But in your case, what you described is basically the Nightmare Red Rock scenario where you get fungal jungle. Okay, so we call them biomes. They're kind of like modifiers that on any map you can have like a tarry map and you'll have some asphalt pools. You could have a slimy map. They're talking about the fungus-ridden map where you have these puffer fungi that can infect you with spores and give you fungal infections. And in particular, it's nasty in Red Rock because Red Rock's very closed corridor, closed spaces. And you just get one of these blocking the door and you just can't, you have to dig around it. And It's pretty bad. So I think for the case you described, it was a very smart move. In general, I'd say if you're going to go into the underground river, you should expect it to be tougher.
Okay.
So let's I don't want to speed ahead exactly, but I want to sort of get us to the kind of end point of the early game. So you have everything you need now to go solve the water vine problem. Let's say you do that, you come back, you endear yourself to the people of Jopa. Your reputation goes up, you get a little reward, you get a little recoiler, which is a teleporter in the game that lets you instantly blink back as long as you have a power source to Jopa to reset your checkpoint, trade in some gear, get some water. Let's even say that you find Argive, the weirdo in the corner, and you find the artifacts that he's asking you for. You find the copper wire that he's asking you for, which is no slouch, because that happens in an environment where the enemies can rust your equipment and make it useless.
Yeah, so really quick, our guy sends you on a quest to get this wire. There are these, and you can see them on the world map, these 3 rust wells that all guaranteed to have wire at the bottom of them and might have them at other levels. We could go into that. Rob, there's a fun secret I don't think you even know. I only just learned about Argive and that quest. We can go through that later. But yeah, keep going, Rob.
Well, so you bring Argive this wire, and he gets it into his machine, and he says, "No, there's this signal that I've been getting, a weird signal, and since you've proven yourself worthy, you can go check it out. You can go explore this signal. It's coming from Gritgate. I don't remember if Argive knows exactly where it's coming from, or if he is just telling you." Sort of like roughly where like geographically it's coming from. Jason,
he doesn't. Yeah, he just hears it. He's curious, and it's like, what is this? This is curious. Why don't you go seek out these sort of brilliant tinkers? They're albino cave bears who live in this enclave underground in this place called Gritgate. They're led by Barathram the Old, who's like the eldest tinker in Cut and the greatest mind, is kind of how our guy frames it, and that's sort of what you're sent out to do.
And so that said, that is the beginning of the main quest of Caves of Cud. It's not trivial to find your way there. You have to do another sort of like descent into a location. It's the first puzzle that requires the first sort of quest that requires you to find a location that is not precisely where you've been told it is, in a way. Like, you don't just go down, you have to like go down and then up. Like, you do like descend, and then there's a little bit of a path off of the sort of main descent tube that you've taken until you're actually in the right place. And even then, having found the front gate of the civilization you've been sent to, you're told, well, we're not just gonna let anybody in here. You gotta prove yourself. You need to go to a big sewer and find a broken droid at the bottom and repair it and bring it back, and then maybe we'll let you in to talk about this signal or whatever. And so that is how you learn about Golgotha. There's these little, and so one thing I just want to if you're there's a view of the game that is very important. And it's a kind of almost a heads-up display mode where all of the visual information, texture, sprites, environment falls away, and all that is highlighted is the important stuff, either on the world map or in the local map that you're standing in. On the keyboard, that key is Alt.
Yeah, hold down
on the
Alt.
gamepad, that is triggered by holding down both triggers, and it is very important because on the local map, it will tell you which creatures are hostile towards you and which ones are friendly to you. They'll be red or green. It will show you very clearly the location of staircases, up or down. On the world map, it will show you the named locations. So Grit Gate, Jopa, Red Rock. Those will be, you can pull those triggers and see them sort of highlighted against the terrain of the overworld of Cud. So all these things that we're saying, Red Rock, Grit Gate, Golgotha, these are sort of first-class citizens of the world map. You'll see them this is how you will sort of expand. You'll like be going farther and farther away from your hometown, in most cases. And Golgotha is a correct me if I think Golgotha was redesigned in the time that I've been playing. Like it started as a certain thing, and then it kind of it got a little more sophisticated with the conveyor belts and the traps and stuff.
I mean,
Has it always been that
you would have to. I think that predated when you start, because that Golgotha is one of the oldest. Golgotha is like the first dungeon that we like said, oh, we're gonna do something different here. But even then, I mean, it's been, I want to say Golgotha was in before the Steam release. Did you play before the Steam release?
No, well, I think that's about where I came in, so I probably saw it. Maybe I'm thinking of the Rust Wells were definitely redesigned. Those look
yeah, the Red Rock and the Rust Wells fairly recently got a total makeover.
Well, this sewer is serious business, and y'all snapped on that one, as the kids say, because you're on conveyor belts, you're moving around, there's a lot of nasty gels and other things that want to get you. You're sort of, instead of taking minor spoilers here, but this is just something to watch out for. Instead of taking regular staircases, you're jumping down chutes. Like you're sort of taking the conveyor belt down where the waste goes, finding your way all the way to the bottom, finding this droid, evading. There's like a special literally shit boss down there who you really want to avoid, who's hard to beat at that stage of the game when you're likely encountering it. You can find the droid, you can repair it, even if you're not good at repair, and then you can go back to Grit Gate, turn in your repaired droid, and then I almost don't want to. This is the point.
Yeah, that's
where
the point.
Doug and I agree. The roleplay part begins. If you can get here with a permadeath character, or if you can get close to here with a permadeath character, that's probably the point where you have a good build that is capable of being taken into roleplay mode and seeing it through. Personal opinion. This is my opinion, and I almost don't. What happens when you turn in that droid is one of the most beautiful things. Especially how beautiful it is compared to the sort of superficial qualities of the system that's being used to render it. Because Caves of Cud is ASCII art adjacent. It is character-based sprites that are the sort of length and width of terminal characters in like old school DOS or the Mac terminal or a mainframe. There's more detail, but still a limited visual language where there's still an aesthetic being applied, and the way it's applied when you successfully turn in this droid is just incredibly striking and memorable. It grounds a lot of what comes next in terms of the story's emotional weight, and once you get there, you tend to not want to let your character go, in my experience. So as we sort of like wrap up this introductory episode, I think that is the point in the main quest where if you can pull it off, if you can get there, and this once you've sort of learned what you're doing, this sort of early sort of quest chain is doable in a night of playing the game. Like, getting to this place is not as hard as it maybe sounds hearing us describe it. But, like, that is sort of the point where you've got your feet under you. You're probably, like, level, like, 7 to 10 or something like it. The game is pretty survivable. And, that to me concludes the early game. The earliest of the early game of Caves.
It really, I mean, again, won't spoil too much, but I think that's the moment where, because you can feel the game has been moving away from roguelike to open world RPG.
Totally.
As Jason mentioned, Golgotha is your first, I think, hit of, whoa, okay, this genre, there's something more bespoke here, the genre shifting. And then everything from after you deliver the droid, you really feel that. So that's like, again, boy, I really recommend at least getting to that point, because that's where the game really started blossoming for me. I will say Golgotha is very difficult, is seen as like a kind of brutal plateau for a lot of players. So we can talk a little bit about this too next episode. It's okay to go off and do side quests. You're really going to kind of want to level up enough to do Golgotha. So don't be surprised. You probably have to, you often can't just go through main quest. Like, you probably need some prep to be able to get through Golgotha. So don't be surprised. That is kind of a notoriously difficult dungeon. But yeah, that'll give you some of the, like, the bespoke design that's really going to explode from Barathrum and on. Oh, maybe we can, because we should wrap up soon. As always, there's like an infinite number of things that we can talk about.
I was going to ask Jason what he thinks we're leaving out of the early game.
Oh, good. Yeah.
I would say, I think you mentioned a level range there, which I think is so for Golgotha, you really are going to be. There's actually a special reward if you complete the quest to go to Golgotha before level 12. But completing it before level 12 is quite difficult. It's a really cool reward if you can do it.
Wait, what is it?
Do you not know? It's
I'm trying to think if I did it or not.
Yeah, you can say it, I think.
It's the hologram bracelet. You get.
Oh yeah, I did it. Yeah, I did it. Yeah.
I think once you're an experienced player, it's very doable before 12. It's not. It's You can often plan on getting that, but
for the hologram bracelet just saved my ass. Actually, that I got.
It's an incredible item. A hologram bracelet creates a hologram of yourself. It's like really a very powerful item.
You do want to make sure laser turrets.
Yeah, they're firing at the hologram and not you.
Yeah, they sure were. Their mistake. Last mistake they ever made.
Stupid ass turrets. You do want to beat it before 18 though, because after 18 you lose the other reward that you get, which is the carbine, which is like bread and butter. You'd need that thing to get through the game unless you find something better. So I'll mention that Golgotha is brutal. It is absolutely a plateau, and like it's a tense dungeon. It's a very short dungeon, but it's tense. I think the other thing I'd say, maybe another little plateau before them, is the rust wells. I think people do end up getting snagged on the rust wells, and it is necessary to get that wire to get to our guy to complete that quest to be sent to Gritgate. And so I think spending some time, the main challenge of the rust wells, like you said, is that the place is infested with this plant called kudzu, Qudzu, which will rust your items if you get adjacent to it. It'll attack you, and if it hits you, it has a chance to rust your items. It can be very frustrating. So you often want to have some sort of gun or like ranged weapon. You can plink the kudzu from afar in like the tight corridors to kill it before you move in. You can also, the rust wells are these big like wells that you can kind of descend quickly if you want, but then you might have trouble finding your staircase back. But the rust, I would just call it the rust wells maybe is another moment where it's like, ooh, I might be getting snagged here even before I'm at Golgotha.
I really respect the like self-pass pun of the kudzu, where it is like, this is a plant that grows all over the place here, and it is also named after the world, which is similar to the root of kudzu that we know. It's really deep.
More kudzu puns. There's a really useful website, kudzu, Qudzoo.com, that
oh my god, they didn't.
Has some of the best advice and guides and story quest guides, specifically, extremely in depth.
That's the one that AFFINE runs.
I think I overused this, and I wish I hadn't spoiled myself on some stuff. So,
like the man who's seen the future. Like it wasn't worth it.
Very excellent website. It's got some useful build advice, but I really want to urge you to not spoil yourself on some of the late quests. Anyway, fun. This is another spoiler I only learned recently. Rob, did you know that Argive had an unfortunate prior apprentice, and you can find their corpse somewhere in the world that has a lot of wire on it. So there is an alt again. It's very funny. So maybe I won't. Maybe I won't
That's
spoil.
really good.
Yeah, it's really good. I'm
Oh,
sorry.
that's really good.
Well, I won't say where that is, but yeah.
Well, the archive secret that I knew is that if you don't start in Jopa, if you start in one of the, because like when archive sends you to Grit Gate, he's like, oh, the place is like crawling with droids. Take this droid scrambler that will make it so that they're friendly to you.
Yeah.
And that's a really useful item in what is otherwise a sort of like difficult descent with a lot of droids flying around. So if you don't start in Jopa, Argive doesn't talk to you or give you that item, so you have to like deal with the droids being hostile to you in most cases when you go down to Great Gate. However,
can we spoiler tag this? This is a really fun thing. So like, if you really want to leave the game unspoiled, you may want to move forward.
Just scrub ahead like 30 seconds.
Yeah, it's not a major spoiler, but it's a really fun one.
What's another
minor? Yeah,
intricate little secret that does something for the world and sort of is both something that most people won't find, but for the people who do, it makes the game like feel 10-dimensional instead of like 2-dimensional.
Yeah.
And it is that in the world where you have started in a random village, Jopa has been destroyed. And you can go to the site of Jopa, you can find the right parasang on the world map. You can
it's got the
send
music
to the right local map. And you see, oh, there's like some ruined, there's like an old moldering sign here with the Tinker's mark on it, and you can find a corpse that is exactly where Argive was standing, and that corpse has a droid scrambler that you can pick up and take with you to Grit Gate and solve the problem as if you had gone to Jopa starting there. But you have to think to double back to the location of the generic starting village that you didn't choose.
The cat is still alive there, though, right?
Yes, the cat's still alive.
Yeah.
Beautiful. I have to say, like, this is, I mean, because we were really proud of that. It's a fun little thing. However, and there's a real like compelling design reason for this, right? Which is that early game, these villages are like these huge resources to you. So like the kind of naive thing to do is like, well, what if Jopa is just there? Well, okay, so can you go and just get access to another Dromad, another Tinker? Like it's
right.
just, it upsets the balance of the game too much. And so we couldn't have Jopa really if we wanted to do the procedural Jopa. And so the best solution we came with was having Jopa be room. But actually, you know, it is a kind of heartbreaking one because a lot of people tell me, like, I won't start in a procedural village because I can't take the idea that Jopa is destroyed in this world. And that's like I can understand, like, we rented this village that you have visited many, many times. And like that is a tension there. And that does kind of upset me.
So I learned about this. I'm very glad I did not have this spoiled. In one of the runs where I started in a random town, I found a Jopa recoiler, and I was like, "Wait,
yes.
what?" And then I used it, and it was like,
"Oh, that's beautiful."
The music is still there, so it feels extra tragic. Anyway, so I love that little detail. So that's a great point. And that's cool. It seems like all these early quests have these kinds of interesting secret workarounds or little bits of lore to them, so we can maybe get through some of that. One other tip, and then we can start to wrap up. Really, everything in the east of you, like the jungle, is extremely dangerous in the early game, and then like don't even think about the other stuff that's even east of the jungle. But I would say early to early mid game, you can kind of go west and north. So in the northwest, and in fact, there's always a mechanimist convert in the starting village who says, "Oh, I really want you to like go deliver this object to this ritual in this big town and big marketplace called the 6-Day Stilts. It's the top of the desert in the northwest. The desert is full of some pretty dangerous monsters, but because it's mostly open desert, it is a little easier to kind of weave your way and kind of like Leroy Jenkins, like just run all the way to the north, especially if you have the skill that gives you the wilderness navigation for going through the salt dunes.
Or those extra marsh tar legs.
That's a really important place to go. I love having a recoiler to there. There'll be all sorts of merchants, but also easy place to level up. So you can convert lore about this old Sultan Resef, and that gives you a huge amount of experience points. So you're rewarded for looking at these kind of murals or painted objects that might have.
Oh, I didn't realize that. That's cool.
So that's a big place to get experience early on. And then if you found books, you can also trade in books for lots of experience, especially early game, that it can be a huge elevator to leveling up really quickly. And
who
also
do you talk to trade in your Reshev knowledge?
There's somebody in the arrival screen just in front of the cathedral off to the left. And that's a massive amount
you
of
don't say.
And then in the cathedral itself, you can trade books. It turns out in the ruins, there's lots of ruins in the desert. Those often have lots of books. So if you're struggling to level up, I think go to the desert, find merchants, find lore, find books, get cool. You can get really high tier dromad merchants in the 6 days still, let alone all sorts of specialty merchants to get liquids and cooking ingredients and guns and all that kind of stuff. So that's I think a big thing to try to visit when you can in the early mid game.
The Stilt is, I'm just one quick plug, extra plug for the Stilt. The Stilt is fun because it is the home of the Mechanimist, which is sort of like the most like institutionally developed religion in the world of CUD. And the Stilt grounds are filled with these converts, which these are creatures that have converted to the Mechanimist religion, but the pool that we pull the converts from is just a straight linear list of any creature in CUD. And so, but what we do is we convert its faction to Mechanimists and we make it neutral because the Mechanimists are neutral to you, and especially in the Stilt grounds. And so it's a great fun way to get little previews of late game creatures, because you'll be walking around the Stilt and you'll see like a crypt sitter, or like occasionally some just a star kraken, right? This like giant Cthulhu continental shelf of a creature, and you could read its description and imagine what it might be doing if you attack it, or even attack it if you feel like you want to find out.
Wow.
But yeah, it's a fun way to kind of like sample. That's another way in which we kind of make more of the game exposed to you in an early context. This is an example of that, and so it's always fun to see who's in your Stilt.
Can we say, and we can get to this in later episodes, but I think it's pretty cool. And obviously maybe the game is saying something politically at some level, that they're not just races, right? Some of the factions are made up of different creatures as well.
Totally.
So this is cool. I think it's complicating some maybe kind of out of date fantasy tropes and stuff. Right? But anyway, put that on your, I think, homework assignment, especially before Golgotha. I would say you definitely wanted to have already visited the Stilt. We didn't even get
well proselytized, Doug. The Mechanimists are really happy with the sales job you've done of trying to get people to visit their holy site.
And we'll get into more about the Mechanimists
later,
there's
experience there for you. Yeah. Just have a coffee. Look, just hear them out.
The Mechanimists are important. We'll get to that later. We didn't even get time to talk about allies. That can be a huge kind of, I don't mean this critically, but like cheat or hack, especially in the mid game. We can get into like the water ritual of it all next episode. Allies can maybe be a great thing that could possibly help you through Golgotha, and certainly the dungeons after that. So, but Jason, you've been so generous with your time. Like,
thanks for being here.
You just released this 17, not released, but like the 1.0 kind of version of this 17-year project. So anyway, just so fun for us to hear all these little details from you and to kind of celebrate with you. So can we just say again, like, I honestly think this is one of the like landmark. I know this is like, I love ridiculous superlatives, but I think this is justifiable. Like, I really do think this is kind of one of the landmark kind of video games of the century so far, especially given like the scope of its development and everything it's trying to do with like writing, world building, kind of procedural generation. So like, huge hats off. I am just desperate to find out what the final quest is. I'm not going to spoil myself on that. So we will continue
avoid those
this.
wikis, Doug.
Exactly. And right, Rob, we don't know exactly when, but we'll keep
in much the same manner as this. We'll roll on. The adventure will continue in the short term in our Discord. So please do come find us. Discord.gg/eggplant. We've got Jason and other members of the dev team are there now hanging out. I think everybody's very excited that 1.0 is here. Jason, just to give you my own sort of like version of Doug's thing, like, this is just such a showcase for hand tooled writing on the page, world building through poetic description, and then the magical alchemy that comes when you put that stuff in a blender and feed it into a really brilliant simulation forward procedural system. There's so much to enjoy vibes wise, like you were saying, to slow down and appreciate just how a blade of grass is described in this game. So it really rewards your attention. It really rewards your time. We are all here to help if you do decide you want to make the journey. But, you know, speaking of journeys, Jason, congratulations on reaching this point in yours. I hope you spend the next several weeks getting that regeneration up and fending off, be they fungal or bacterial, anything that might want to snake you. Now that you've put in this Herculean effort to get this over the finish line. But yeah, like Doug said, we're so happy to be celebrating the game. We want to encourage and support anybody who wants to dive in. I was going to say, hey, Jason, anything you want to plug? But is there anything other than Caves of Cud that you want to plug while you're here?
Oh my, well, I mean, this would be a great opportunity to plug something that I of friends or something, but I my brain is really so Cud pilled, unfortunately. Like it's just
Caves of Cud 1.0
Cud
available.
There's Cud merch.
Oh,
right?
the Cud merch.
Yeah.
Go check out the Cud merch store, which you can find. It's Mighty Merch is the company we're working with. And let me say, like, I it's so rare that I'm able to like that I trust anyone with the soul of what is going on with the game. And when like we were working through designs and they pitched us some of these designs, I'm like how, like I've never just received something and not had an edit on it. And a couple of times they were just like, what about this? And I was like, just ship that. That's it. That's incredible. So they're incredible. They really hit it out of the park with this merch. It's really good. We're going to do more probably. So, but yeah, go buy it. We'll definitely do more if you buy it. So
I need gloaming on a hat stat.
Gloaming on a hat would be
good.
good. I mean,
Yeah.
stuffies, I want to, yeah, there's some good opportunity there, but yes, that's good. The merch, that's really great. And thank you so much for the kind word. Like, I know we made a game that is difficult and that is not for everyone and that has a lot of friction to getting into it. And so it means the world to me when people are like really get it and really connect to it. It's like, it makes it worth it, right? Like, it's like, oh, okay, this is why we've done it. So yes.
And
Thank you so much.
we haven't even gotten to the good stuff yet. Like, you know what I mean? Like, so
yeah. And I'm so excited for you to get through the end because we went hard on it. So yeah.
Beautiful. All right.
I think
Rob, you want to wrap us
for
up
now, everybody. This is the second installment. More to come. See you in the Discord. And until next time, take us out. Dose 1.
Thank you all for hanging out. Keep an eye on Eggplant. My episode will be sometime in the next, I don't know, a month or two, probably. Thank you for hanging out with me during my no talkie times. I had a good time. Now I need to like go lie down or something. Into the depths we go.